afternoon of March 9th, 2021. Tony, could you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Roscoe,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas, Foley,
Here.
Mann,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Licardo.
Present. Thank you. Would you please rise if you're able to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by Jessica Pasadillos, who is the Executive Director of the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza. And in addition to all the extraordinary work they have been doing for years in providing education and enrichment in so many ways and supporting our arts community, they're also helping to run a vaccination and testing center. And Councilmember Morales will tell us more.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. And it is my pleasure to have Jessica Pasadillos, the Executive Director for the School of Arts and Culture, here with us today to do our invocation. Jessica is the daughter of immigrant parents from Mexico and El Salvador. She was born and raised in East Oakland and knows firsthand the impacts that the arts and culture can have when it comes to building pride, preserving our heritage, and fueling community and economic development. Jessica has dedicated her career to the public sector, working for organizations like the ACLU and Somos Mayfair, where she helped to double the organization's budget. She is excited to be leading the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza, as we know, a vibrant and cultural institution here in East San Jose, and looks forward to continuing her work in the Mayfair community. And I will add, as the mayor has, the School of Arts and Culture has been for many years a tremendous asset to our community. In fact, prior to the pandemic, my son started his very first dancing and singing baile y canto class there at the School of Arts and Culture, and he's actually continued through the pandemic virtually. He's learned as a 2-year-old how to participate over Zoom, and we look forward to the recital that we just recorded his song and dance for coming up in a couple weeks. But in addition to that work, as the mayor pointed out, Jessica has led with the School of Arts and Culture being an asset during the pandemic for our community in the heart of really one of the most impacted areas in our county, in being a testing hub and now a vaccination site. It's been a tremendous lift and shift for the organization. And I just want to extend personally my thanks as well. And I'd like to invite Jessica now to recite a poem titled Invictus by William Ernest Henley.
Thank you, Councilmember Raul Perales, for the invitation. Thank you, Mayor Licardo, and the rest of the City Council. Today, I will be reciting Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried out loud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the squirrel. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Thank you. It's good to hear a classic every once in a while and remind us of courage in moments like this. Thank you very much, Jessica. Thank you, Councilmember Perales. All right, we're on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I know that Councilmember Carrasco will be adjourning the meeting in memory of Angel Rios Sr. And I know that we are all very familiar with the great work and of our colleague Angel Rios Jr. Angel Rios Sr. passed. He's a loving husband, father, and grandfather, and champion of the civil rights movement. Councilmember Carrasco will tell us some more.
Thank you, Mayor, and I see Angel is here with us, so I'm very grateful to be able to do this because it's such a great honor. I got to meet Mr. Rios when I first got on board, and he was just such a gentleman. So I'm really honored to be able to do this, and I'm so sorry to have to do this. Angel Rios Sr. was born on October 2nd, 1935 in Durango, Durango, Mexico. And I haven't verified if he's a relative of mine, but I bet you he is. So we will look at our lineage, Angel, right after this. He immigrated to San Jose in 1962 and made his way to East San Jose. He worked many jobs, including the cannery, carpentry, construction, and pest control. He became a business owner, like many of our immigrants do, and served as president of Sentinel Termite Control for nearly 20 years. He went on to work as a custodian with the Eastside Union High School District and retired in 1998. Mr. Rios operated from the strong belief that residents must take pride and ownership of their city and their neighborhood. His community activism and leadership demonstrated this highly held value. His early community work started in the Catholic parishes of Our Lady of Guadalupe and our beautiful Most Holy Trinity Church. There, he led efforts that resulted in the provision of Spanish language masses. He was also key in organizing the first Spanish language marriage encounters that eventually were expanded to more than 20 additional parishes. And in the late 70s, he organized marches against police brutality. And he joined Cesar Chavez in organizing various boycotts of lettuce and grapes, all in the name of better wages and working conditions for farm workers. This was a man that didn't stand on the sidelines. In the 80s, he organized a group called the East Side Action Parents, and together they painted W.C. Overfelt High School after being told by the school board that the district could not afford to do so. Mr. Rios inspired his entire family to be community-minded and involved. And in 1990, the Rios family became the inaugural recipients of the Hispanic Charity Ball La Familia Award. Mr. Rios is survived by his wife, his beautiful wife of 60 years, Marta Rios. His children, Marta Rios, Angel Rios Jr., and his wife, Sonia, Maria Rios, Jesus Rios, Gloria Gutierrez, and her husband, Omar, 11 grandchildren, and 1 great-granddaughter. The Angel Rios Sr. Échale Ganas scholarship has been set up in his honor at the Latino College Prep Academy to support East San Jose students that have endured and overcome adversity in their life and are interested in pursuing higher education. And donations, if you're interested, may be sent to the Latino College Prep Academy at 14271 Story Road in San Jose. And I just want to say in closing that to me, it was such a pleasure and truly such an honor to have met and to have known Mr. Rios. He was a true gentleman. And every time that I saw him, I felt like I was in the presence of my own father. So we're slowly losing this wonderful generation that has built the east side of San Jose and has made the entire city of San Jose a beautiful place to live. It's men and women like this that make us really proud to be in this city. And when I saw him, when I hugged him, I felt like I was home. And I want to be able to say that to you, Angel, and to your whole family. His hugs felt like home. And so when he left us, we all felt it. We all felt his absence. I also want to say to the entire family, thank you so much for sharing him. And it is, it's truly the legacy that he leaves behind that make us the proudest. And so, of course, we have Angel Rios Jr., who is now a beautiful member of our San Jose City family. And we are very grateful for you and for the legacy that you will now continue through your children and through the work that you do for the city of San Jose. So thank you for what you're doing for all of us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Angel, our heart goes out to you and your family. You know, I also had the pleasure of meeting Angel Sr. on a couple of occasions. I agree. He was a wonderful man. Of course, I got to experience him in in his kindness. I know he had to have been tough to be able to endure the civil rights battles in the 60s and 70s. And just was grateful to be able to have an opportunity to connect with somebody who was such a part of our city. And he must have been so proud to see his son in a leadership role in the city that was his hometown. So we certainly honor him in his memory today.
Mayor, if we could give Angel an opportunity to say a few words.
Please.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Carrasco and Mayor and the rest of the council members. Thank you on behalf of my family. Thank you for honoring my dad. He loved San Jose. You know, getting involved in community service for us wasn't an option. It was an imperative. It was, you know, it was something that you did if you were part of our family. And so, you know, I was just kind of reflecting that, you know, one of the things that he was really involved in, especially when times were tough, was setting up food co-ops, because he had a real soft spot in his heart for people that had a hard time, you know, when they were going hungry. And I think a lot of it had to do with, you know, him coming over, and I think he experienced a lot of that early on. And I found it a little ironic that, you know, years later, I had the opportunity to work with our own city staff on food distribution, city and county-wide, and just kind of the irony of that is it was almost a little prophetic in that, you know, because he got us all involved, even with the food co-ops. That was some initial training for what was to come later, you know. But anyway, thank you so much for honoring my dad on behalf of my family. My family and friends are all watching via YouTube. And so again, just thank you so much. It's an honor to be a son. It's a huge loss for our family, huge loss for our community. But as you said, Councilmember and Mayor, you know, we have the opportunity to kind of continue his legacy through the work that we do today. And that's what our intent is. And that's what we'll keep doing. Thank you so much.
Amen. Thank you, Angel. All right. Is there a motion on orders of the day?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, let's vote then on orders of the day.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. I see there were two members of the public who had their hands up, so I'd like to call on them at this time. The person with the phone number ending 4983. I'm sorry, 4963, excuse me.
Hi, this is Martha O'Connell, and I have an ask for myself, and also I'm hoping Paul Soto is on the line because we exchanged some emails on this today, and other people. It's the issue of when we download the agenda to our computer, and then we're bringing up the agenda, and then we don't have the updated agenda where an item has been deferred, so we don't know that, and we're searching, we're confused. So I was told by a staff member in D9 that there was an email that goes out to the council people telling them then when memos are added. So I'm hoping that there's some way that this message can get out to the public and we can get added to the email list so that when material is added at the last minute and or something is deferred, that we're given a heads up. So thank you very much for considering my request.
Thank you, Martha. We'll talk to the city clerk and see what we can work out. to ensure everyone is notified. Paul Soto?
I'm right here, Martha. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. This is, see, it's these little things within the context of government and the way that it's administered in our city that we contend with. Now, when you extrapolate that over time, all of these little kinds of things that are done within city government by amending an agenda item, and we don't have the time to research it, because believe me, I read all of them. I read every single thing that you produce. I analyze it, I set up my notes, and then I come here prepared. And so when you do that, I think you know that. I think you know that we prepare. And because of that, that causes you to be more circumspect. And that's at our expense. We have a right to that information. That information affects the context in which I exist. So I take great exception to be amending these things at the last minute, and we don't have time to prepare. So with that said, I'd like to extend my sincere condolences and my sympathies and my empathies and my cariño to the Rios family, because I'm losing my elders. But I want Angel to know that your familia, bro, that's what I do. That's all I do. The legacy that your father left behind, because these gabachos don't understand la lucha. They don't understand what happened in Salsi Puedes. They don't understand the gentrification and understand the redlining policies and the way that we, despite all that, we still fought for democracy. So I really want to extend my deepest condolences, and we will carry that work on, Angel. You're going to do it in your sphere. I'll do it in my sphere. But together, we're going to continue to carry on the legacy that our ancestors left us to do, man. Gracias.
Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you for being able to take my public comment during this item. Orders of the day. I guess my condolences to Angel Rios and his family, and it was nice to learn that story. His father's may have passed away, but I've like grown because of it. So thank you. Well, I don't know if because of it, but I've gone through my own growing already, and just learning this story, I guess is a better way to say it. I wanted to thank Martha O'Connell for her words. I think she has used orders of the day really well to ask a procedural question, for the future of items, and it's a great use of orders of the day. When new council agendas first come to Rules and Open Government at 1:30, between 1 and 1:30 each week, which I've questioned, is that enough time? And I know it's difficult for Tony to work on that as a city clerk, but it comes real late on right before Rules and Open Government. Between that time and when it goes onto an actual city council agenda, there's a lot of changes that are made. And so there's issues to work on. Martha's brought up some good points and good procedural points, and hopefully this can be a good use of orders of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges?
Thank you very much. And I agree with the previous speakers very much. And I'd like to add a point that hopefully this is the right place to add this. When the council is discussing matters that they're going to vote on, they start talking about, well, here's, I agree with the thing that's been proposed, but I want to add an amendment based on this or that memorandum. And they start talking about all this different wording, and they start adding and changing things. And even when we were in council, it was difficult to follow this because we didn't have any way to see on screen what was going on with the editing. Whereas, when I'm at Catalyze SV meetings, we have shared Google Doc, and the Google Doc is on the screen, and we can see the edits that are being made. And it seems like we could do that on screen with a screen share. And during, when we're back in session in person, then that could go up on the projection screens in the council chambers. And that would make it a lot easier to understand what's being voted on, because not everybody can be, cutting and pasting documents in the play at home game. So we don't really know the wording of what's being voted on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so this is items not agendized, but we will discuss it with City Clerk Tony, so that we can try to address this concern in the community. And Tony, perhaps we can agendize it for rules or for council for another day, so it can be fully discussed. Okay, let's move forward then. On to item 5, the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. There's nothing to report out of closed session today. Thank you.
Thank you. On the consent calendar, are there any items that council would like to pull? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand. I think there was a motion from Councilmember Jimenez. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, I had 3 items on the consent calendar I'd like to address today. One, on your approval of ordinances, you improve affordable housing and inclusionary ideas with affordable housing. Sounds like your really good work and efforts, and I wanted to just simply remind the importance that it could be a time to begin to want to think about different ideas of what affordable housing actually means into the future. How do we address VLI, ELI, and mixed income housing ideas as truly honest, affordable housing ideas? And it's an important issue, I feel, and it's going to take time, but I think over the next 5 to 10 years, it's something that we should really work on and develop. There's a couple other items you're developing. You have a huge new antenna issue that's being dropped this week, being placed on a mountaintop. And I just wanted to remind of, with 4 and 5G issues, that the everyday public should have a right to ask, to have a complaint, to file an appeal, a complaint process. And in all their thinking, they have to weigh how important connecting the digital divide is compared to the needs of their own neighborhood, and make their decisions from there. And I hope, they need the right to have that decision. It needs to be a clear notification process, and the city has to really make sure that the telecom companies are creating a clear notification process for the public. And to conclude with not 17 seconds, you created a new data policy guide system, monitoring system for environmental services. That's going to be a lot of stuff, and I will talk about this issue later. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's, Mr. Soto?
Yeah, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I wanted to talk about the consent items with regard to placements on Virginia Street, 1st Street, 2nd Street, all the rezoning you're doing in my barrio. Is the city still has not had just a study session just directly on redlining policies and quantified, and I want to do this. I'm challenging the city to do this. I want a quantification of how much wealth was deprived of the campesinos on the east side of San Jose, which is my familia. Okay, we were deprived of the ability to create that ancestral wealth to be passed down. I would like that quantified first, because that has to be on the table, because this is the heart of the redlining area. I grew up in D11. Okay, so the policies of their soldiering down 1st Street, you guys are gonna go all the way down 1st Street on both sides of the street. 400,000 people are going to be coming into Sanjo that have absolutely no experience or connection to the city, other than the fact that you guys have rolled out the red carpet for these vatos to come into my barrio, and I'm supposed to say, oh yeah, come on, you're welcome, hey, want some café con leche? No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. You answer to me. That's what you do. You answer to me, because I am a representative of the community that has been exploited historically. That's who I represent. Okay, so we need to have that study session on the redlining and the wealth that was accumulated and deprived to the campesinos de Sal Si Puedes. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Let's vote on the consent calendar.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Garza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. 3.1 is the report of the city manager, Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No report today.
Okay. Item 3.3 are the second quarter financial reports for the last, no, this is the current fiscal year, excuse me.
No presentation, Mayor.
Okay. Is there a question or a motion?
I'll move approval.
Second. Motion from Councilmember Menace, second from the Vice Mayor. We'll go to the public for any questions on item 3.3, the second quarter financial reports. Mr. Bigman.
Hi, thank you. You know, I don't know if I heard correctly, but hopefully it can be okay to bring up at this time that I heard that San Jose is going to make a possible real effort to improve and invest in their bond situation for the next few years. I don't know if I heard that correctly or not. I found it very interesting, interesting way to work, and I thought I would just note it here at this time. You know, it's San Jose they do some things really well, and this may be one of them. And I think you very nicely stated, you know, how to, I don't know, look into how to prepare for the next few years of business practices. And I always enjoy your retirement planning meetings whenever I attend them. So, you know, it always provides good information. It's a good learning experience of those meetings. And I just, with the new presidential administration, it's important to note that at this time and what can develop, the good that can develop. And so I thought I'd offer this public service at this time, and I hope it can be a acceptable way to use public comment time. And thanks for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Soto?
Yeah, Paul Soto, I wanted to ask if there was anybody in the office that distributes or is responsible for these funds, if there's been any kind of like moral and ethical cleansing of the investments of the city of San Jose. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. Are there any investments that are associated with GeoCivic that runs the private prison industry? Is there any subsidiary of a subsidiary of a subsidiary that is possibly connected to any of the developers doing business here in San Jose? You know, I mean, I think those are legitimate questions. We have investments coming from Canada. There's Canadian investment pension fund investments in our city, in the 24-story building that's going downtown. Okay, I know this. This is factual information. So because they are not within the borders of the United States, how do we measure that? What if that company and that pension fund is invested in some kind of questionable, you know, ventures? You know, what do we do then? I really want to start having that conversation and really start checking who's coming into my barrio, man? Who's coming into my city and just corrupting it, just cleansing it? Because we got dogged out with the vaccines. I mean, just kill all the Mexicans, man. Just wipe them out. Get rid of the Mexicans. We'll do them that way. Biological warfare, which was, you know, they're pretty savvy at that. They did it with the smallpox and the blankets. Now they're doing it with COVID. And so that's what I mean about moral and ethical issues affecting the law, that there should be a moral and ethical framework which administers the law. And so what I'm asking for is that kind of compass to be used with respect to San Jose investments. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions on the finance report. Julia, Julia, first on the exemptions that we're providing for small businesses that have been severely impacted. Do we know that folks are actually taking advantage of the business tax assistance? I think this is for business owners with gross income less than 50,000.
Yes, we do have some businesses that have taken advantage of it. But as you recall, people pay their business tax on an annual basis. So we're
Yeah.
providing a notification when they receive their invoice that the program is available to them. So, we just implemented that. So it will take about a year before we get through all the businesses having had an opportunity to apply for the hardship exemption.
Okay. You don't have any sense of those numbers now, do you? I saw the number for landlords, but
Yeah, I think Rick said it was a couple of hundred when I talked to him the other day, but we can get you more numbers. And
okay.
in the next quarterly report, we can call it out if you think that would be helpful.
I just appreciate the update.
Okay.
Thank you. And then also, I know we've got a big refinancing. Well, one that we did financing we've already done on the Ice Center expansion project.
Mhm.
And did all that, the placement go well on that? I know this is a pretty uncertain time, given the fact that there aren't people flocking to ice rinks to watch hockey at this moment.
Yeah, yes, and I'm delayed in getting the info memo out to council, but we did have a good, when we put the bonds out to sale, they were oversubscribed, so there was great interest, and the interest rate was below what we expected it to be. So we'll get that info memo out shortly on that one and the city hall refunding that was done a few weeks prior.
Wonderful. So I'm glad that's gone well. And then I know we've got a refinancing coming up with the airport, and
yes,
I know our airport suffered a downgrade. I assume like all airports did.
So we have that item. That item is 3.5 on today's agenda.
Oh, forgive me. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Okay. Forgive me. Thank you. All right. Any other questions?
I had a question, Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Menace.
Julie, I was wondering if you could just give a brief update as where you are with the banking services RFP. I think it's still in the works, or
Yeah, it's still in the works. It was a priority, so it's moving. Hopefully, we should be getting it out shortly, but it's a big lift, and we're still dealing with some of the staffing impacts. We had a staff person leave, so we're readjusting some of the assignments. So hopefully shortly. Nikolai, do you have a good date on when we're going to release that, or an estimate? I know Nikolai's on the call too.
Yes, we're still on track for the milestone for next June.
So that would be that we would have the agreement to council by June of 2022.
And so the RFP would go out, obviously before that.
Yeah, yes.
By the end of the year, maybe?
Oh, hopefully by summertime.
Okay, cool. And that's when obviously we solicit sort of, folks that are interested in taking on that service, assuming those exist, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, wonderful. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions? I can't recall if there's a motion yet. There is. Councilman says there is. Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, thank you. Item 3.4 is the City of San Jose Investment Policy Annual Review. There is a presentation.
Yes, a short one. So Nikolai's going to put that up. So as part of the city's investment policy, it requires us to perform an annual review and submit those changes to the Public Safety Finance and Strategic Support Committee, and then for subsequent consideration and approval by the whole council. So as part of the agenda packet, you received a red line copy of the policy, which is Exhibit A in the agenda packet. As you may recall, on slide 3, last year when we brought forward the investment policy, there was a referral for us to amend Section 22 of the social responsibility section of the policy. And the referral included that we look for a provision that the city shall make no new direct investments in entities that directly engage in the exploration or production, refining, or marketing of fossil fuels. So Section 22 of the investment policy has those social responsibility goals, as we outline on slide 4, to support safe and environmentally sound practices, support fair labor practices, support equality of rights, and promote community economic development. So today on slide 5, we outline the amendments to the policy. So we're recommending amendment to the social responsibility language to prohibit direct investments in fossil fuels. We're also recommending an increase in the sector limit for municipal bonds from 20% to 30%. And that puts it at the same level that we have exposure in corporate notes. And then also to extend the temporary modification on the weighted average maturity to July 1st of 2022. As you may recall, last fall in September, we brought forward that recommendation to expire on July 1st of this year. But given the continuing low yielding interest rate environment, we're recommending that that be extended another year to fiscal year 22. So then on the final slide, we just have our recommendation, which is to approve the investment policy as amended.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the public for any comments on the investment policy. Paul Soto. Mr. Soto, we're not able to hear you right now. It appears that you might be muted.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Well, I would just like what I appreciate what was done with respect to the fossil fuels, but I would like that to be expanded. I mean, I don't want to get into this area where, you know, the city is like actually like exercising moral authority with respect to that, because I'm Native American, man. We've been telling y'all that fossil fuels is poison because oil is the blood of the earth. That's what it is. And we're digging down into it and we're drawing out of her ability to continue to sustain us. Now, I'm Native American. We've already known that. That's part of our philosophies. That's part of our traditions, our customs that this country had tried to wipe out with Manifest Destiny and Fallon planting that flag. That's how deep this goes. And so while I respect what's being done with the investments in being careful in the way that that's invested in fossil fuels, I would like that expanded. Is anybody investing in core civic? Private prison industries? Or is there any investments that are questionable with these Canadian, German, and European corporations that are investing pension funds in the developments that are going on downtown? I've never heard anyone from this dais talk about that explicitly. Explicitly, what kind of financing is coming from around the world into this area? That's why you have in the airport, just look at the airport, Frankfurt, Beijing. You got Frankfurt, Beijing, and Honolulu, which is a transport. It's a launching pad for Japan. And so I mean, come on, man. I'm not going to be conned, man. I see the chess game. I'm looking at the board and I'm seeing you guys take your moves, man. What I'm saying is that your responsibility is to protect us. Protect us.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Cool words from Paul. You know, we have to worry about investments of the new San Jose Water Department as well, I think, and that whole process. I wanted to thank yourselves for your continual work for years now on how to address fossil fuel, limit it, and end it, basically. And, you know, these fossil fuel, the ending of fracking has been a plan that's been developing long before COVID-19, and that I was talking about proudly before COVID-19. So, you know, thank you for your good efforts and good work on this issue. The fact that, you know, there's PSFIS items that are being revised, I wanted to mention what was on the consent calendar that I didn't quite have enough time to about environmental, new data policy ideas that are over $1 million worth of contracts. for environmental services, and that's going to have some surveillance and data collection issues with the everyday public. And I just wanted to remind, as always, the importance of openness and accountability in such a process. And, with issues, like that, and with upcoming slideshow issues, and, there can be a way to really invite the public to the process itself with the technology and data collection issues. And if you offer that you're doing it open, above board, and that it is an open public process, that invites the public to the process, and it creates kind of that community harmony and ideas of trust that are always needed. And so I hope you can do that with a slideshow issue. Invite the ACLU to the county board process you're developing, and make it a real open process that is inviting to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges.
Thank you very much. And I agree with the previous speakers. I'd also like to add that if we haven't already, we need to divest from the private prison industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, back to council for questions or comments. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I will make a motion to approve this item. And then I just have two questions. Julia, the investment policy says direct investments in fossil fuels. What does direct mean versus indirect?
Well, it's hard for us to dig down into what a company may be investing in, say if another company has investments in Chevron. So what we're looking at is those companies like Chevron that participate directly in the fossil fuel industry. So that's the area that we can most directly impact. It would be hard for us to know what other companies are investing in with respect to their portfolios and their business lines.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And you could also think of it in terms of automobiles. They use gasoline, so we wouldn't not invest in like Toyota commercial paper, for example. So we would still have those types of investments.
Thank you, that helps. And then does this policy offer any directive to our pension boards? I know they are fiduciaries and operate on their own, but there is no requirement that they do that as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is a policy only for the city funds.
Yeah, as someone who is the council liaison to the fire and police board, I know they're considering that, and they do make those decisions as to fossil fuels. I just wondered what kind of impact this had. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I had a question about the investment pool earnings on page 4. That chart suggests that we've actually been doing much better over the last half decade, increasingly, in improving returns and earnings. Obviously, these are very low return investments because we want very high safety and liquidity. But I'm just curious, given that the interest rate environment has really declined over time. I mean, interest rates have dropped quite a bit. I'm wondering what's the explanation of the good performance of the city here?
Well, we have a fairly diverse portfolio, so we invest in a lot of different credit sectors. We also have interest rates have been declining obviously at the short end, so we do have maturities that are further out in the 5-year range, and we had been doing some investments in callable securities, which gave us a little bit higher yield. Now those are being called away. So we expect the portfolio earnings to start to decrease and come more in line with some of our other benchmarks, but that's primarily the reason, is that we do have a pretty diverse portfolio. If you look at, I think it was one of the slides, you could see that we have a fair amount in corporate notes, municipal bonds, and that gives us a higher rate of return as well.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for your team's great work, Nikolai and Julie and everyone. The other question I had was about increasing the sector limit on muni bond investments. And I just always assume muni bonds is where people want to go hide from taxes because returns would be tax exempt. So I'm wondering why a public agency that doesn't pay taxes is investing in muni bonds.
We purchase taxable munis. only
Oh, okay.
taxables. So not tax exempts. And the amount of taxable municipal bonds that are coming to the market has been increasing. One, because the spread between tax exempt and taxables is shrinking. You may recall we did the refunding for City Hall completely taxable. And that also the 2017 tax bill that was approved by Congress and the president removed tax exempt advance refundings for local agencies, which is on our legislative plan to get that returned. So as a result, because the spread is so low, lots of people are coming to do refundings on a taxable basis to take savings now. So, so we're seeing more of that in the marketplace. So we're taking that opportunity to buy taxable municipals. And again, we could only have maturity no longer than 5 years. So we're at the short end of those municipals as well.
Okay, thanks, Julie. All right, any other questions? All right, let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Owen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, item 3.5 is the approval, sale, and issuance of bonds and related bond documents for the airport. We do have a presentation.
Yes, we do. And Nikolai's gonna put those slides up. And so I also have John Aiken and Kim Hawk from the airport, along with Nikolai Skarloff in my office to provide the presentation. It's a little long, but we have some things we want to share with you, since obviously we're concerned about our airport and we think this is providing us a wonderful opportunity at this particular juncture with, on the next slide, with low municipal bond interest rates. We really have an opportunity to refinance and restructure some outstanding airport debt at a time when the COVID-19 has really impacted air travel around the world. So our actions today, you'll be holding a TEFRA hearing for the issuance of the tax exempt bond piece, and then adopting the 21st supplemental resolution, which gives us the authority to issue 3 series of bonds, the 21A, B, and C bonds, an aggregate amount up to 521 million, and we'll be selling those through a negotiated sale. Approving the 12th supplemental trust agreement, official statement with all of its appendices, the bond purchase agreements, and the continuing disclosure certificate, and then authorizing us to take all the actions we need to bring the bond sale to market and close. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nikolai.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. The airport has about 1 billion of airport revenue bonds outstanding. This includes more than 473 million of bonds we're proposing to refund with the 2021 bonds. The city also has a commercial paper program for the airport. That's the program where we borrow on a short-term basis with very low rates, under 1% for temporary periods. And the city currently has about 52 million of commercial paper outstanding. But what you can see at the bottom of this page is a graph that shows our annual debt service payments for all of the bonds layered on top of each other, including before the refunding that we're proposing today for your approval. And as Kim will discuss, a portion of this debt, which is shown in the shading, is paid from facility charges. On the next page, as you'll undoubtedly know from our prior conversations, interest rates have been declining for a number of years, as Ms. Mayor, you just noted, and they are now near historic lows. As with the City Hall bonds that we were funded during the fall, this is an environment that makes it a great opportunity for refinancing outstanding bonds that were issued at higher interest rates. So the bonds that were issued in 2011 have an average interest rate of 6.24%. Interest rates were very different back then. And because the tax exempt bonds were issued 10 years ago with 10-year call protection, they're now eligible for current refunding. So as Julia mentioned, this is a great time for refinancing to assist the airport, but it's likely we would be refinancing or proposing to refinance these bonds in any event, just given that fact. With new interest rates less than 3%, this is a great time to create savings for the airport. On the next page, you'll see we're going to be refunding 433 million of bonds issued in 2011. We're also going to propose restructuring just shy of 40 million of 22 and 23 maturities of later bonds to create some real relief for the airport that you'll see on the next pages. Sorry about that. So in aggregate, now of course these interest rates are estimates, and the actual interest rates will depend on interest rate conditions when we actually price the bonds, which is proposed later this month. But based on the estimated interest rates, we expect to generate over 163 million of cash flow savings over the remaining life of these bonds. In today's dollars, that's equivalent to about $136 million, or 29% of the bonds that are being refunded. And just to put that in context, our debt policies call for refinancing bonds in excess of 3%. So these are very, very substantial savings because of the decline in current rates. And this is such a big savings that it's actually equivalent to about 12% of the airport's overall debt. So as you can see by the golden line below, the debt service before the refunding, which is reflected in that gold line, was already due to decline just based on the refinancing that you undertook in 2017. But now with this refinancing, we expect we can reduce the airport's debt service next year by half, and that'll be a substantial relief for operations that have been impacted by COVID. We'll also be able to smooth out some future increases in debt service that would have otherwise occurred had we not, if we do not do this refunding. And then finally, a portion of the outstanding debt issued in 2011 was for the CONRAC, our Consolidated Retail Car Facility. This refinancing will also restructure that debt. The outstanding debt service shown in the blue line was going to be ascending each year. We'll significantly reduce that in the early years and create more level debt service for that facility. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kim, who will continue with that story.
So this is the breakdown. Nikolai mentioned the 163 million of cash flow savings. This is the breakdown by year. And just to point out and reiterate, about half of these savings we are estimating to come from the first two fiscal years, so fiscal year 22 and 23, with still very significant savings in the out years. We will have another opportunity in 2024, should the interest rates be favorable, in 2027, again, to have additional refinancings at that time. You can go to the next slide, Nikolai. This chart is reflective of our passenger enplanements that we've had for this last calendar year, 2020. You can see the black. COVID hit about mid-March. April, we hit a low, and we've been, slowly inching back up since then. July through December is kind of the first 6 months of fiscal year 21, and we averaged about an 80% decline in passengers during that time frame. So the timing of this refinancing, as Julia and Nikolai mentioned, is critical, and it's perfect timing for us. As part of the exercise, we've created two planning scenarios. These scenarios were developed based on studies and input from the rating agencies, as well as other airports across the country. depending on what type of airport you are. We're sort of a half leisure, half business market. So we created those passenger scenarios with the corresponding financials that went with those. So the two scenarios, we have a financial planning scenario, which is our more conservative, kind of slower recovery scenario. And that scenario is used for budgeting and other financial purposes. We also developed a faster recovery planning scenario that obviously has faster growth coming out of COVID. And the debt service savings that we've talked about have been built into both of those scenarios. So this gives you a picture of the two scenarios with the gold line after fiscal year 20 being kind of the slower recovery scenario. That's the financial planning one. The faster recovery is the navy blue line. You might be wondering what that royal blue line is, the horizontal line across there. And, you know, leading up to COVID, the airport had 7 years of what I would call very significant passenger growth. Before we hit COVID, we were nearly at 16 million passengers. And so many people are gauging recovery from COVID as recovery back to fiscal year 19 levels. And we don't believe we need to get back to that level to be a healthy airport financially and operationally. So we took the original kind of trigger for starting phase 2 or the second phase of the terminal expansion that was in our prior airline agreement as kind of our benchmark to say when we reach that 12.2 million passengers, that's really that place where we go back to being a healthy airport from a financial perspective. So I'll turn it back over to Julia.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. So one of the big important documents in your packet today for approval is the preliminary official statement. And so the preliminary official statement is our way of speaking to the market. So important things to remember as we speak to the market is that we have an obligation to assure that the information that's in our documents is accurate and complete in all material respects. And proper disclosure allows the investors to understand and help evaluate the financial health of the local municipality, and in this case, the airport, in which they may be making an investment decision. Section 17A of the Securities Act of 1933 prohibits fraud in an offer or sale of securities, including municipal bonds. And Section 10B5 of the Securities Act of 1934 prohibits fraud in the purchase or sale of those securities, including municipal bonds. And additionally, SEC Rule 10B5 prohibits making any untrue statement of material fact, omitting to state a material fact in the sale or offer of securities. And a fact is material if there's a substantial likelihood that its disclosure would be considered significant by a reasonable investor. So in review of the official statement and looking at the context, the introduction statement describes the purpose of the bonds and the source of repayment. So in this case, it's airport revenues. The detailed information and discussion on the risk as it relates to those repayments and is discussed in the security of the bonds and certain factors affecting the airport. And in putting together this airport official statement, and I can tell you I've been involved in putting together airport official statements back to the early 90s, this one is very different from what we've had to do before because we had to respond to the COVID-19 response. So we talk about enhanced liquidity, how much liquidity the airport has on hand, which is 511 days of operating expenses. We talk about the conservative application of the CARES Act funding. And then as Kim talked about, the development of financial planning scenarios, and then the refunding opportunities that this transaction presents for the airport in terms of savings. And then Appendix A describes the airport's current and historical financial position, including revenues and expenses, and also provides some economic and demographic information. Then Appendix B has detailed information about the federated retirement plan. Only the federated plan, not in police and fire, because there are no police and fire employees of the airport. They just have a contract with the police and fire to provide those services. And as an important reminder, we're not looking to you to be fact checkers. We have a whole team of people across the city that help us with that. So then you say, well, what is my responsibility as an elected official with respect to approving the document? That's to review it on those key topics: the purpose, the source of repayment, the risks, That is to say, the sources of repayment may not be sufficient to repay the bonds, and discussion of any other events or information that would affect the deliberations of a reasonable investor. So obviously the COVID discussion is very important to investors today. And after looking at the document and the following elements, we also need to be considered from your perspective. Have we identified all those material risk and events, and have they been brought forward to the attention of us, bond counsels, and other professionals to the team? And have they been disclosed? And if not, what rationale is there for non-disclosure? So in that review of the official statement, you today approving us moving forward, we want to make sure if you have any personal knowledge of anything that's material in that document that or maybe misleading, for you to raise them now or talk to either myself or city attorney's office prior to the release of the document, which will be first part of next week. And then we're asking you to approve that these documents are done consistent with our just good disclosure practices. So the next slide, we had presentations with the rating agencies last week on March 4th and 5th. We expect our ratings to come in on Friday of this week. And as you see in the table below, we have our current outstanding airport bonds. Now, while during those meetings last Thursday and Friday, the rating analysts obviously couldn't disclose where they would think they were coming out because they hadn't been to credit committee yet. But we think we had a very good story to tell. There's good metrics, and this refunding is really providing a significant savings for the airport. So we as staff don't generally see that there'll be any change in the ratings you see there. But we will issue an info memo after the sale, and we'll provide an update on those ratings. So the next slide just highlights the key points. Today we have council approval. We expect to post the preliminary official statement and begin marketing the bonds on Monday of next week, and price and set interest rates the week of March 22nd, and close the transaction in early April. So in summary, the recommendations are to hold the TEFRA hearing for the issuance of the tax exempt bonds in an amount not to exceed $117 million, and then approve this 21st supplemental resolution where you're authorizing the issuance of the 3 series of bonds, 21A, B, and C, to be sold through a negotiated sale, approving the trust agreement, the official statement, the bond purchase agreements, and the disclosure certificate, and then authorizing city staff to take any other necessary actions to issue the bonds and close the transaction. So with that, we're available to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Thanks for all the work of you and your team and the airport team and making this happen. We know this is critically important. Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you for this item. Interestingly, it seems we're learning a lot from these from airport items, and it can be a good model for entire city budgets, it seems like. I thought we were talking about the city budget sometimes. Interestingly, the airport, the surveillance and technology issues and their open public policies with airport issues, they're really good, and they can be really good examples for regular city government practices as well. I wanted to remind of the important good work of the San Jose Airport Commission that I think has just done an amazing job developing the high-rise issues and what are good secondary options for high-rises. As city government, you've developed these really exorbitant high building heights around the airport runway that technically can happen, but logistically and practically terms is been an incredible headache to try to work out, and I don't think it's really worth it. Meanwhile, the Airport Commission has come up with some incredibly decent, good ideas that are just as well and can bring in almost as much revenue, I feel, and create just an incredible better sense of harmony about the whole process that I hope you're really learning to take seriously in this post-COVID-19 era. And that brings up the issue of how you're talking about your future flight patterns where you're going to travel to, it's been appalling. And, the Airport Commission is aware of that. They're doing a good job. I'll talk more about this with the crane issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Soto?
Yes, I agree with everything that Blair is saying. By going to like every single one of these meetings, we've learned just how the airport is a focal point for a lot of the way that city business is going to be conducted within the next, I would say, 10 years. And so that's going to be directly impacted. And that item, of course, is going to come up later on with the crane issue. And I'm going to be in on that one too, because I was in on that meeting when they gave the presentation in terms of crane heights, how long it's going to be there. And so what I'm saying is that all of these developers and all this development that's going on here in the city, look at how much it's affecting and how much it's disrupting and how much city business resources have to be allocated just so that we make it comfortable for people to come to this city and gentrify it. The complete, just get the Mexicans out of here. Get these wetbacks out of here. That's the attitude. This is the logic behind it. Get these Mexicans out of here. Let's change the name of the city, why don't we? It's Silicon Valley. It's no longer San Jose. It's Silicon Valley, Silicon Valley, Silicon Valley. That's all you hear. George Orwell talked about that in 1984, about replacing one word with another, and then you just erase the history with it. So there's a precedent for this. This isn't new. This isn't a new parlor game. And so with respect to the crane heights that are going to affect the flight patterns and the deficits that they are going to carry as a result of that, the city is directly responsible and the developers are directly responsible. I want to know what they're going to do about it to offset that. And when those cranes go up, 6 months limit, that's it. Or I want $1 million a day. I want $1 million a day for every day that those cranes are up after the 6-month allotment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, returning to council for questions. Councilor Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick question for Julia. Hi, Julia. Thanks for the presentation. Glad to see that. Sounds like we're able to take advantage of the low rate environment to restructure some debt and get a savings, which ultimately I think will benefit the city and its residents. So that's great. The question I had was, I didn't quite follow in the presentation. I think it was slide 9. You showed the increase or decrease in debt service over time, and it looked like we were pulling forward the savings, which makes sense, particularly with COVID. I wasn't quite sure with the structure of the bond, why there was actually, it looked like an increase in debt service in the later years. Now, I know over the life of the bond, there's quite a significant savings, but could you just explain why there's so much of a savings up front and there's actually an increase in the debt servicing costs relative to the status quo later?
Yeah, so I may turn to Nikolai. I think you were looking at slide 6 maybe, and
that's possible. What I see in your presentation from the agenda, it looks like it's numbered 8, but in my PDF it's 9. Either way, it says 2021 refundings will bolster metrics through the recovery.
Oh, okay, yes.
Long chart. I just wanted to better understand how it is that we're able to pull forward so much of the savings, but then actually looks like we end up spending a little more in later years. And is that fiscally prudent? Probably is. Just kind of curious how that works.
Yeah, and partly, and Nikolai can interrupt if I'm getting it wrong. Some of that has to do with this restructuring of the debt service for the Conrack facility, the rental car garage. And the desire, it had escalating debt service and the desire to level it out and try to create as much upfront savings as possible. And these bonds are being sold with a 10-year par call, which means that 10 years from now, these bonds will be able to be refunded on a current basis. And generally, you can say a majority of the time, 10 years from now, because you've marched 10 years down the yield curve, most bonds are economic for refunding. So the opportunity will come then to restructure and refund again in 2021, so 2031. So you can see right where in 2035, some of that will then likely be refunded. And then also, we want to make sure we leave space for any expansion that would come for the airport and make sure we have enough capacity.
Okay, I
So-
think that makes sense. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we weren't somehow shifting a higher debt service to a future generation.
No, and I think the graph 2 slides earlier on slide 6, Nikolai, I think that helps provide the orange, the darker brown one is the 21C bonds. So those are the bonds attributable to the Conrack facility. So that's where you see the little bit of a bump. But other than that, everything is dropping below that gold line or right at it.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks.
Nikolai, do you want to add anything?
I think that articulates the point. And I think the key is, while we probably wouldn't do this kind of structuring under normal circumstances, we're also specifically creating a ramp for the airport to recover from COVID.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. And since it doesn't look like anyone else has questions, I'll go ahead and move approval.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember. Motion second. I'll certainly support it. And I appreciate the way this was done. I know that typically we'd be looking at more of a straight line reduction, but given the extraordinary circumstances that our airport faces, really appreciate this more creative approach to financing. So thank you. All right, let's vote on the motion.
Mayor, it's Nora. I'm sorry. You have to open the TEFRA hearing.
I do.
Yeah,
You're
go
right.
ahead. Thanks.
Okay, we don't need a motion to open the TEFRA hearing, do we?
No, you can go ahead and open it.
Okay, the TEFRA hearing is now opened. I know that we've heard public comment on this item generally. So Nora, are we entertaining any additional comment? Can you help me understand?
I don't think you need to, but you just need to hold your hearing.
Okay. All right. So the hearing is now open. Can we consider the motion now, or do we need to close the hearing first?
No, you can consider the motion now.
Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. Okay, that was
And
only,
Mayor,
now we
it's Nora
should
again. I'm sorry.
close
You
the
need to
hearing.
close. Yeah.
okay, so the TEFRA hearing is now closed. All right, so we're back to the council on item 4.2, which is response to the county civil grand jury report. Why aren't there more female firefighters in Santa Clara County? So there is not a presentation, is that right, Dave?
That's correct, Mayor. Robert is here to answer any questions.
Okay.
Oh, Robert, did you have some opening statement, I think?
Sure, I'm
Yeah,
happy
yeah.
to open the issue.
Okay, welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon, Robert Sapien, Fire Chief, reporting on item 4.2, response to the Santa Clara County Grand Jury report titled, "Why Aren't There More Female Firefighters in Santa Clara County?" The Civil Grand Jury released its report on December 17th of 2020. This report requires a response from the city to the presiding judge of the Superior Court within 90 days and no later than March 17th of 2021. 4 agencies in the county, including City of Palo Alto, City of Mountain View, Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District, and the City of San Jose are required to submit comments on the report. Specifically, the city is required to report comments on findings 1A, recruiting, 2, mentoring, 3, opportunity for promotion, 4A, accommodations, 5, work environment, and 6, gear. While the department found some imprecisions and unfair generalizations contained in the civil grand jury report, overall, the report raises concerns already recognized and addressed in the department's Vision 2023 strategic business plan, which was developed in collaboration with labor and approved by City Council in 2016. Specific to the report, strategic plan goals seek to address matters of recruitment and career advancement, fire station privacy, and uniforms and personal protective equipment. The civil grand jury report cites a national average of 4.6% for female representation in the fire service. And it is clear from our local firefighter recruiting experience that male applicants far outnumber female applicants. The department is committed to building a diverse workforce that is representative of the community that we serve through recruitment and mentoring, and recent efforts have already yielded positive results. However, I will add that sustaining these results will require that we overcome specific challenges. Increasing minimum qualifications, service delivery enhancements, staffing reductions, and equipment configuration changes have all resulted in downward pressure on diversity recruitment. As the department has moved further from entry-level qualifications, the pool of qualified available candidates has been reduced to only those who are already in pursuit of fire service careers or already employed in the fire service or emergency medical services fields. The result of these changes has been a less diverse qualified hiring pool, evidenced by the reduced number of female firefighters. Additionally, the reduced number of firefighter EMT positions gives the department less opportunity to choose from the broader pool. With that, I will try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. All right, let's go to the public first. Any questions or comments from the public on the civil grand jury report regarding the employment of women in our fire department? Paul Soto.
Yes, thank you. Within the context of equity, not racial equity, but just equity, we're talking gender equity here. I think that we have to at least extend the benefit of the doubt to the fire department, because this is not normally something that we as a society have conditioned women to participate in. We just haven't. We've actually sexualized the fireman in his big old yellow things, and we've actually sexualized firemen and objectified firemen. And so I think with, I get that this is a civil grand jury, these are 19 of our citizens, but I really do think that we need to take a little bit more of a measured approach and understand that within the context of gender equity, that society is still catching up. I respect the work that they do. I mean, these are not only firemen, but they are paramedics. And it is a very physically demanding job. I didn't fight structure fires, but I fought forest fires. And so I know the kinds of demands and the dangers that that you can face within the context of dealing with fire. It's good, it's our friend, but it can burn. And so I think the physical demands, coupled with the way that we socialize girls in our larger communities, has something to do with those numbers. And I would think that if we can work with the fire department to maybe have some types of classes within the context of our schools, some kind of vocational training that kind of introduces them to fire science, structural fires, the physics behind it, that maybe that can segue into an interest within our within the women in our city, that may be like an option of interest for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, coming back to the council. Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report, Chief. I guess I just have two questions. One is about the Vision 2023. And so, because we've essentially had a stall of about a year related to COVID, should we then really see this vision as Vision 2024? I mean, is it going to be pushed out, some of the efforts that you've been moving forward on? Is that?
Thank you, council member. A very timely question. I'm about to assemble our senior staff again to do a strategic plan review. One to refocus and reflect on items that we've achieved and things we want to prioritize next, but also set timelines for the future. And certainly many things have impacted our ability to move forward. In some areas, for example, Measure T has really accelerated some of our efforts under that strategic plan. And in others, as you say, many things were paused relative to COVID-19 and the shelter in place. However, sort of a matter of fortune was we did find tremendous success as we utilized social media to push out in our last recruitment. And so we tried to leverage all of our personnel in the department to get them to reach out to their connections. And we actually had a very successful recruitment last year.
Good, good. Thank you for that. The other question I have is related to your memo. I think on page 7, there's a table 4 that touches on the female employee survey results to questions regarding proper fit of various worn uniforms and PPE. So as it relates to PPE, I mean, that in effect is the turnout, right? And other things that they wear, is that?
We actually polled, I gave you general results in those tables. We actually polled for every single item that our firefighters wear. And so we got data back relative to gloves, coats, pants of all types. So turnout pants, wildland pants, uniform pants, Class A uniform pants. And so we tried to get feedback on every single item.
I understand. Okay. The reason I'm asking is that, you know, as an example for proper fit, personal protective equipment, again, I didn't know that that's how you sort of brought all the survey responses together under that, right, as it relates to PPE. But I guess, you know, it shows here in just this table that I see in front of me is about 46, essentially half the females or the women on the in the department don't, it seems to me, don't feel like the equipment, the PPE specifically, and that's the one that most concerns me, obviously, because that's some of what they're wearing as they go in to fight some of these blazes and such. And so what is that? It just seems a little alarming to me that they maybe don't think that some of this is fitting properly. And I think in the, I'm looking just through the findings. What was it? I think recommendation 6 from the grand jury report, it touches on sort of correctly fitting uniforms for women, right? And then I think you just simply, you touched on that, and I assume some of this is your response, but requires further analysis. And so I wonder if it raises those same sort of alarms for you as it relates to the fact that maybe half the women in the department maybe feel like things aren't fitting properly, especially the PPE is more important to me.
I'll give you a yes and no answer. The no part would be that I have no evidence related to specific injuries where personal protective equipment was a contributing factor. However, I can tell you that over my career as personal protective equipment has evolved. I have personally experienced equipment that is ill-fitting. I think the most severe in my experience was a generation of boots specifically that fit somewhat like plastic bags around your foot. And they can hamper, you know, activity. Currently, we provide every size available that the vendors have. And so our plan going forward is to meet with vendors and manufacturers to see if there are other options that we're not aware of. But at this time, each firefighter who gets a new piece of equipment has the latitude to go directly to our supply store and talk about size issues, and we try our best to fit where products are available. But certainly we're going to endeavor to see if we can't expand the sizing.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And the reason that's important to me is I'm sure my colleagues can agree is just that obviously the safety of any and all firefighters is important to us, right? So that's what stood out to me as I was reading this. So thank you for your efforts and for your responses. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief, for your response to the grand jury report. I have some similar questions regarding the clothing, first of all, and this is put this under the category of I just don't know, so I'm asking. So the firefighter outfits, the PPE, are they unisex or do they have them designed for female forms?
So the turnout ensemble, which is that thickest ensemble that we wear into structure fires, those garments are actually fitted. And so each firefighter is measured and they are manufactured for them. I will tell you that we still get some complaints that some of the hip areas aren't preferred, and that's feedback from both men and women. And so there's probably some work. I can tell you that they're made to be worn with suspenders and somewhat loose. And so I think in some regards, there's definitely a tolerance level for each individual firefighter. Personally, I always like them loose. Others like them tight, right? So that item, I think we do very well on. The wildland ensembles are different. Those are off-the-shelf sizes. And I'd have to do some more work to find out how broad the size ranging is for those. We didn't get a ton of complaints on those, but certainly it's going to be an item that we look for. The item that most frequently is challenging for those of us with smaller hands, the bulky structure gloves inhibit dexterity for folks with smaller hands. And so that's been a challenge for us for as long as I've been in the department. And over time, those items have evolved to be softer and thinner sometimes. And we just want to make sure they're thick enough so that we don't cause burns as we're using them. The uniform garments, so our Class B uniform, which is our day-to-day uniform, is also personal protective equipment. It's made out of a fire-resistive fiber called Nomex. And those come in various sizes. Although they're not, I don't think they're sized specifically for women. So there's probably some work we can do or some research we can explore with vendors on that front.
Okay, great. I would actually encourage you to do that as much as possible because we all wear things differently. We could go to 10 stores and buy a pair of pants and the pants are fitting us all differently or fitting me differently at 10 different stores. But most importantly, as Councilmember Jimenez said, is the safety of the firefighters. Are they safe in the PPE that they have? And that's the most important thing. So what you said earlier is that do you have confidence that the current PPE is not hampering the safety or interfering with the safety of our firefighters, male or female?
Generally, the answer would be yes. I can tell you that the industry is continuously evolving. I think one of the hottest items of discussion right now is the shape of the firefighter helmet. And for those of us who are on the shorter side, simple things like wearing a self-contained breathing apparatus on your back and lifting your head to look upward with that helmet shape sometimes is very restrictive. In those regards, I think there's always a drive in the industry to provide for additional safety. As far as the thermal protection, we provide the best garments there are that the industry offers. I think the sizing feedback that we got is really the core of it, which is, are we able to function effectively? Are we comfortable in the garments? And that's the general nature. And as I said, I have yet to, in recent history, to see an injury that's related specifically to any garments.
Great, I appreciate that. I look at the grand jury's report and I think which of the areas that we can make changes the quickest. And it seems to me that the PPE and the fitting of that might be one of the easiest ways. One of the other things that I took a look at, or one of the other recommendations, was around mentoring. And I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the boot camp that we have for women. It seems successful, but how are the trainers compensated? Who do they volunteer their time? And if they're not, if they are volunteers, can we compensate them?
Yeah, that was unfortunately one of the inaccuracies that we found in the report. I actually went back and looked at time records, and we actually paid 9 personnel to run the event. It was I think it was about a 1-to-4 or 1-to-5 ratio of our personnel to folks on staff, and then we had other paid on-duty resources there to support the event as well. So I think that was just an error in the report.
So are these mentors then, they're women, are they, do they get a stipend then in additional to their regular firefighting duties, or are they taken off the line in order to do the mentoring?
For that specific event, they were compensated, most were compensated at the overtime, the required overtime rate, and we can't assign work without compensation. That's just not legally possible. So there was a margin that were just on duty. It was their regular workday, and they got release time to come to the event, and then the remainder were overtime.
Okay, so I appreciate that. And finally, there was concern about the facilities and the living quarters and privacy. I know we have some outdated facilities, and then we have some brand new state-of-the-art fire stations coming online. What are we doing? What efforts are we making to make sure that the older facilities meet the privacy standards that we need? And that I would apply that to male and female firefighters.
Thank you for that. I'll maybe walk backwards. So the newest fire stations are built with individual quarters. And so those quarters offer bathroom, shower facilities, access to lockers, and sleeping areas all in one. And so at the newest stations that we have, there really is individual privacy for each person working in the station. Middle generation of stations has most of those amenities, but in some areas, more common, either common sleeping areas or shared lockout bathrooms. And then our oldest stations were originally configured with common areas throughout. So you would have a large common sleeping area, large common locker room, and in fact, large bathroom areas with common, multi-person showers and that sort of thing. And so in those stations, what we've done is we've created station-specific policies to ensure that there is privacy afforded to individuals. However, if the circumstance were to arise in some of those old houses where it was say a 50-50 split of men to women, we would have a really hard time providing enough privacy. So that's an evolving process for us, and we're trying to use specific mitigations within each station where physical changes aren't possible because of just the configuration of the station. But I can say with certainty, every station offers privacy where a female firefighter could be working.
Okay, I appreciate that. And finally, I'm concerned about potentials for harassment or hazing of our female firefighters. I imagine that happened in the early days, but do you have any idea, or is there a safe way for a female firefighter or male firefighter who's being harassed, for that matter, to be to report into the supervisors? Is their captains? Is there a chain of command that they feel safe and confident that they can report any concerns that they may have?
Thank you, Council Member. So we have no tolerance for that kind of behavior. In fact, we require every employee on an annual basis to review the city's workplace harassment policy and a few other key city policies. That policy offers instruction to the employee on reporting both within the chain of command, outside the chain of command, confidentially, and even outside of the city structure. And so we believe we provide all the information necessary so that someone, even if they want to report confidentially, they have the information to do that.
And are there, I know there aren't a lot of female firefighters with a higher rank, but are there female firefighters that another female could go to report if they had any concerns, being maybe a sensitive area that they feel a man might not relate in the same general way, or HR or someone where they can go that they feel safe?
They can report confidentially internally in the department to our internal affairs manager. They can go to the Office of Employee Relations and confidentially report there or directly to staff. And they can report outside of the department, and an outside agency could report back findings to the city as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate the report, and I appreciate your answers to my questions. And with that, I will move to accept the report.
Second.
Thank you. Councilor Mahan? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Arenas. Yeah. Forgive me.
Thank you. Hi, Chief. So I'm going to start out by just recognizing that this month is Women's History Month. So it's very fitting that we're talking about female firefighters. And I think it was about 40 years ago that the first female firefighter was hired. So that sounds recent, right? It doesn't sound like, 100 years ago when we got that vote. This is very, very recent. And so, I think there's just still a lot of ground to cover for gender parity in this field, simply because women are new to this field. And it has just been perpetually a male-dominated arena for whatever reasons. And women are breaking in. We're everywhere. And I'm happy for it, right? So one of the things that I was thinking about is, how a woman decides what career she's going to choose. And because we bear the responsibility of bearing children, that's also something that we consider when we are choosing a career, and how it facilitates that part of our lives. Most men don't really have to consider that. Of course, they'll drive us to the hospital and help us and be part of the rearing of those children, but it's very specific, how a woman chooses a career versus a man. And so one of the things that I was looking at, and I know in my district, I think we have about 5 fire stations that have the privacy quarters, the bedroom or dormitory quarters. I know it's not the same across the city. And so one of the things that we think about not only is how we have children, but, our privacy. And if we decide to have children, maybe if we're using a breast pump to lactate during, to breastfeed our children when they eventually get back home, that's something that probably would impede women, one, to breastfeed, or two, to be able to collect that breast milk during their job, if the environment isn't meant to cater to them. And so, I'm hoping that this is something that we can begin to think as women are integrated into this field in a way that I love how the numbers jumped. I think it was from 51 in 2018 to 80 in terms of recruits. And so to me, that means that, whatever you're doing is working. But we need to continue to be very mindful of how women come into this career, even as EMTs, right? And the EMT program. Well, let me ask you: Have you had any conversations with the county to encourage, like, their EMS contractor to also recruit more women? Because typically, this could be a very this other non-traditional route into a paramedic and into our fire department. Has that discussion happened? Is this something that you've maybe talked about with the county?
The answer is yes. However, because the contract has been in flux for a little bit between rural metro and the county, we had initiated some discussions about the benefits of collaborating over how to leverage their workforce to prepare them for careers in the fire service. And so it was a topic that we briefly opened, and then unfortunately the efforts during that RFP process were discontinued, and so the talk stopped. But definitely an item that we've talked about, and an item that has been modeled in other parts of the state as well that I'm aware of.
Right. Well, I just hope that we can really activate some pathways. One, accommodate some of those females who are going to choose to be mothers, or who want to be private and not sleep in the same quarters as the rest of the men, and have separate bathrooms. These are just essentials. The other thing is, how do we create new pathways? And I think this is a very a real pathway for women to begin as EMTs and hopefully become paramedics for us. And maybe it's the city of San Jose paying for a portion of that training. How does that work now? Is the county ever involved in providing any funding for the training to encourage women to become paramedics, or just the paramedic or EMT program?
Not from the county. We don't receive any funds from the county.
No, I meant applicants. I mean, I don't know. I know this is outside of your system, but do you know if the county pays the applicants to go through the EMT training through that EMS contractor?
Not that I'm aware of. Most of the students that come out with EMT certificates come out of either the junior college system or out of specific EMS schools. And most of our applicants come from those educational paths as well.
Well, one idea would be to have scholarships that are very specific to women, so that if that is a burden on them as well, that could also be offered. Just one idea for that piece. And really thinking about how do we create a path for these EMTs to transition into the fire department, instead of becoming nurses or something else. We really have to make this an attractive place for firefighters who happen to be females. And so I think, one, supporting them financially is where we need to begin. But one step before that is also to pair up maybe with some of the recreation programs that we already have, to encourage just the modeling of female firefighters. The few that we have, being able to partner with those recreation programs or school districts to create training and career pathways. And so I don't know if this is something you already do. I apologize if, I'm telling you something you're already doing as a strategy, but I would think that going out into the classrooms and having young girls be able to see themselves as a firefighter, because typically, those are the boys who, and I'll tell you, my son was in love with firefighters, could not be a one fire engine who could pass, and he wouldn't catch it. My daughter isn't the same way. She's not as interested in fire engine. I mean, she likes to see them, but she's not as enamored. And, and I think our societies, that's part of the I'm not going to go down that route, but this is part of the messaging that women get even as young as 3 years old, in terms of what they can be when they get older. So I think that's another really potential, if you agree with that. And then the last thing that I just wanted to say, Chief, is in our new training center, that training center also accommodate women so keeping in mind privacy, keeping in mind maybe a lactation pod, or that opportunity to recognize that there's women also in this house, right? Because those fire stations, I'm moving away from the training center, but fire stations are basically, that's their home, right? That's their house. And all of a sudden, women are in there. We're not going to add, flowers to the bathroom or anything like that, but we do need to have different accommodations that are realistic for us. And so I think that is the message that I'm hoping with my speaking points here that I'm relaying, is that we just have to really think about and hopefully bring in some of those women onto the task force to think about how to create real pathways. I also think that there might be an opportunity for women to move into maybe fire prevention inspectors, or what are they? Arson investigators. So that, or in the firefighter recruit, I think there's only one woman in that team, based on page 4 of the report. So I think there's some opportunities there that we can accommodate, and then provide that latitude for movement for women in the fire department. So those are my comments. I know that this is a lot of just comments rather than questions. Some of them were questions, but I know that the fire department is there. And anytime I interact with the fire department, it's a very passionate group of people who are there because they want to run towards people who are hurt and want to help solve for that. And so I know that the heart is there. I just think women haven't been in the fire department for very long. I think we just need to be very cognizant that it hasn't been that long. And because it hasn't been that long, maybe some of those accommodations have been overlooked as maybe trivial as a uniform. But fortunately, we are made different than men, and need different apparel. So, there's some real basics in here that can facilitate pathways for females as firefighters. So those are my comments, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Mahan?
Thanks, and thanks, Chief, for your report. I think my reflections went down sort of a similar path to those of Councilmember Arenas, specifically around pathways and recruitment. I know you and I share an affinity for data analysis, and when I was running my tech company, gender diversity was something we really struggled with. I mean, our engineering team was often around 10% women. And it took years and a ton of effort for us to figure out how to diversify our pipeline. And so I guess from just analyzing the data, I mean, it seems to me, Chief, is it fair to say that recruitment is and diversifying the pipeline is probably the biggest lever you have right now? Is that?
I believe that the eligibility pool diversity is key to achieving what the broader vision is, which is represent the community we serve. And
right.
I do think that is the most important component to our recruitment process.
Right, and not that the other pieces aren't important. I mean, obviously, I think some of the accommodations that Councilmember Arenas was bringing up, and obviously the uniforms, I mean, these are important factors. But as long as the recruitment pipeline is what it is, you're going to have a hard time diversifying to the level you'd want to see to be truly representative of the community. So what we found at my company in terms of trying to achieve that goal, totally different industry, different set of limitations and constraints, of course. These were, this was our engineering team we were focused on, but we had to recruit and interview. We had to change things about our process, particularly around recruitment. And I know you're doing some of that, but I was just curious if you could share a little more about your recruitment budget, where you may see opportunities to go reach out to non-traditional pools of candidates, just any opportunities you see to diversify the pipeline at the top of the funnel seems like the greatest leverage point. And I'm just curious how you think about that.
Yeah, so most recently entering our 2020 recruitment prior to the shelter in place, we had assembled a group of stakeholders within the department to come up with some ideas on how we could diversify our pool. Much of that had to do with boots on the ground, get to places where diversity is, go to colleges, go to high schools, go to sports teams, go to places and connect. Unfortunately, that had to be transitioned over to a press on social media, which, as I said, actually turned out to be pretty effective for us. Beyond that, I think there was some discussion in the memo about the impact that has occurred as of the mid-90s, where we changed our business model. One of the best things we've done in this organization to save more lives is to adopt advanced life support services. The downside of that was that we reduced what was the entire firefighter rank, which was an entry-level hiring position, to now 2/3 of it is a paramedic required rank. And the other third, we've actually increased the minimum qualification to EMT. And so in diversifying that pool, it means we're going to have to not only get a diverse applicant set, but we're actually going to have to get folks to get on the pathway to get either an EMT or a paramedic certification before they can get into the applicant pool. And so trying to overcome that process, I think, is going to be a big challenge as well.
Yeah, and Chief, on that point, I appreciate that. I could not tell from the report. I may have missed it, and I apologize if I did. What are the gender diversity metrics around paramedics and EMTs? I assume also fairly low. Are they comparable to what we see in our department?
Overall, it's not very diverse in the EMS industry and fire services.
Okay. And is it more balanced than what we see, or is it pretty comparable?
More balanced in terms of male female. I think it's more balanced in strictly, for example, in the ambulance industry. I think there's a greater proportion of women than in the fire service.
Got it. And just out of curiosity, what's the rough budget you have for recruitment and outreach as you think about diversifying your pipeline, going to more places, particularly as we get out of some of the COVID restrictions? What kind of budget do you have for that?
Right now, minimal. We have enough budget for us to conduct our process, and costs related to the process have to do with engaging our current workforce to be a part of the screenings and interviews. Part of that process is with regards to candidates that are close to hire, dealing with all of the steps in the background process and the testing and application. And so we're as probably as lean as we could possibly be.
Yeah. Well, I get that. And I'm sure that spending more there could have a trade-off with service levels, which would be a really hard conversation to have. I guess I'd just ask, I mean, I don't have a motion here per se, but it would be helpful to know how council could empower you and the department to pursue a more aggressive recruiting approach that might diversify the pipeline. I mean, I don't want to presume to know the answer to that, but if you have a vision for how we could do better there, I think it would be helpful in the future for us to hear that and to know whether it's through the budget process or whatever would be appropriate to just better understand. I just couldn't tell from the memo. I assume there are resource constraints. I assume there's more you could be doing to reach out to diverse populations. I also, I assumed you're just really constrained on resources for that, but does seem like a really important priority that our kind of key first responder staff are reflective of the community. So if we can support that effort, if you have creative ideas for how to do it, I'd certainly love to hear more on that front. So I'll leave it at that, but appreciate your report and the great work you do for the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
Yeah, thank you very much. And appreciate the report back from Chief Sapien. And I also want to say thank you to the civil grand jury for just really, I think, opening up this item as was noted in Chief Sapien's report. Certainly, I think there's a lot of already good responses to this challenge. One that I think we knew existed, but this civil grand jury report, I think, has helped us dive in even further. And the main question and interest I have is, considering that this is a civil grand jury report and it's not a typical audit that our own auditor has done, where we would have continual follow-up and oversight on the action items, as there are a number that the chief has pointed out to continue working and following up on. And then also in line with what Councilor Mahan just pointed out, I have an interest too in seeing how we might continue our support. We did so, for instance, in recruiting efforts with the police department. And in fact, it has, I think it's really made a huge difference, both with minority applicants and with women applicants, and supporting them through the process, finding out where, the hurdles have lied, where they need support, where maybe they were failing through the process. And it quite frankly, has shown some success. But my question is really whether for its chief or the city manager's office, what is the traditional continued follow-up from a report like this? My understanding is our obligation is what we have done today in accepting this report, this response back. And my understanding is that that's it. We don't have any other obligation. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilmember. That's correct. I mean, I think often, we do take the recommendations and integrate them into, as Robert mentioned, in this case, our strategic plan or whatever plan we have for the area that's being commented on. But I don't believe there's any legal obligation to do anything further, if that's your question.
Okay, yeah, no, that is. And then for the chief, is your plan to, as you've stated, to include this in your strategic business plan efforts? Would you then plan on reporting back to, for instance, the Public Safety Committee or to the council on the progress?
It's not on the PISFIS work plan, but certainly if it were, I'd be more than happy to report there.
Okay. So that will be my only request. I think there are some great efforts, and I appreciate your responses, Chief. And for me, I would just like to monitor and follow that work through, the next couple years. And the best way for us to do so, quite frankly, would be, in my mind, to add it to the PISFIS agenda on follow-up. And it doesn't have to be specific to this grand jury report and these specific findings. If it's, if it's easier to maintain it within your strategic business plan and maybe, get a full update in that regard, I'm fine with that as well. I just would like a pathway to be able to have that conversation again over the next couple of years. And then to maybe make some further recommendations on things like recruiting efforts. So that will be my only ask. Do we have a motion at the moment, Mayor?
Yes, I made a motion.
So I'll just ask for a friendly amendment if you would accept, Councilmember Foley, to include that we agendize these topics, even if it's in the context of the business plan, but we agendize it to the PISFIS committee.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Okay with the seconder.
Not sure if that was me. I think it was me, but yes.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I just had a couple of comments. I think everybody's said it very well so far. I would appreciate seeing in the budget a way to fund the boot camps and other initiatives, to allow some innovations and to be funded, right? I think we only get so far with pure creativity. And I wanted to actually talk about one thing in here, which is the mentoring. So I remember when Chief Tapia was still with the fire department prior to me being on the council, and there was this informal network of mentoring and supporting other women. I will share one of my experiences of visiting a fire station, and a woman who is on her last week before retirement said, "I'll tell you, I'm retiring, so I can be honest," right? That we do have issues, and I think that we need to acknowledge that we have these issues, and we do that in your report. But the mentoring, it's kind of like how Los Bomberos started, right? It started to provide tools and equipment, but also that mentoring and support with other firefighters, and then with other regions, and then with other countries. But it really also is an informal mentorship and support network. And I think, I would love for us as a city to find a way to have a formal mentoring network for women in the firefighting industry. And whether it's the county fire that does that, and we participate in that and help fund that work or help support that work. But, many of folks that are in this service are second generation, or have a family or a good friend and somebody that helped them through this process. So if you're coming in for the first time, you don't have that, right? And it really goes a long way. And so I really wanted to talk about how important that mentorship relationship is, particularly given we do have a very, very low number of women firefighters, and we should treat it like with the concern that is due. So that's all I wanted to say. I thank my colleagues who already spoke very eloquently on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the council members who wish to speak. And,
Thank you.
I see the mayor is back.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you for covering. I just had one question for the chief. I know we've talked about this issue in past years, so I know it's a concern of yours, and you've been focused on it. And I appreciate the efforts, particularly through the boot camp, to try to see how we can boost recruitment. And this is hard, and important things are hard all too often. You know that very well, Chief. About a decade ago, I recall there being litigation at the city that persuaded me, based on the facts I was hearing as I was a council member, that at least in a few stations we had an environment problem, and I don't think it would be fair in any way to say this is true about all stations, but in at least one or two of the stations, we had a problem in which women firefighters would not feel valued or welcome. And I'm just wondering to what extent you believe that has been addressed in recent years.
Good question.
So I'm always, just like the concern for the acute or serious injury or accident, I'm always concerned for that serious event where someone is treated improperly. I will say that in the past 10 years, the organization has changed in many ways. One of them is that we are far less entrenched in our own work sites as we used to be, because we have special operations and we've changed some of our staffing methods. Is people work in multiple places all the time. And so there's been a great deal, I think, of positive normalization of behaviors just on the fact that no one is really solely tied to their one station, allowed to get bad habits. We have also emphasized through in those last 10 years plus mandatory training for supervisors on a biannual basis, which is true of all employers, and our personnel have been required to do that as well. We have taken far more frequently. We are engaging officers directly as supervisors to make sure that they understand the requirements of the workplaces. And so I think, to answer your question, I'm a little guarded because, we're a big city and tomorrow the newspaper might say something entirely different. I certainly hope not, but I feel like we're in a pretty good place right now.
Thanks, Chief. All right, thank you. Any other comments? All right, there is a motion to accept the report. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Let's vote on that motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item 5.1 is all about construction cranes and the study findings and recommendations. And I believe John Aiken is here. John, in case you missed it, we just agreed to refund $500 million of your bonds.
I was there for that, sir. Thank you.
Oh, good.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. John Aiken, Director of Aviation. With me today is Judy Ross, the Assistant Director of Aviation. We're going to go through the construction crane guidance study that we completed recently. Hopefully we'll get the slides back up in a second. There we go. So on the next slide, there we go. About 2 years ago, the city and airport, along with multiple stakeholders, performed the Downtown Airspace and Development Capacity Study to review the one-engine inoperative airspace surface. The intent of the study was to find flexibility to allow additional permanent building height in the downtown and Diridon station areas without significant impact to our airline's ability to operate long-haul and international destinations. The study was completed in early 2019 with the City Council adopting new building height limits based on TERPs. TERPs are defined as the multiple instrument approach and departure airspace surfaces that the FAA has regulatory responsibility to protect. At the time, the council directed staff to develop construction crane guidelines to minimize additional air service impacts during the construction of the new taller permanent buildings. Due to the close proximity to downtown, temporary construction cranes enter into the TERP surfaces, which impacts the approach and departure procedures at the airport. The intent of the construction crane guidance study was to maintain safety of the approaches and departure procedures, minimize impacts to air service, while trying to maximize temporary construction crane heights in the downtown and Dearborn station. During the development of the guidelines, staff met with the development community through the PBCE Construction and Developers Roundtable, and also worked with OED to meet with individual developers and contractors. We met with the FAA to discuss what were some of the opportunities to work together to allow further construction crane heights, and met with our major air carriers and Airlines for America, which is a trade group for the airlines, and supported their efforts to address the construction cranes. Next slide, please. Staff worked with our airspace consultant to study the various approach and departure procedures over downtown and Dearborn. As you can see from the three scenarios depicted, each color represents a different procedure that has a different shape and elevation that are stacked on top of each other. These scenarios were used by staff to work with the FAA on our input into the FAA's airspace obstacle analysis process. Basically, scenario 3 protected 7 approaches and 4 departures from the airport. Working with our airline partners and what they truly needed to operate safely into and out of the airport, we were able to reduce them to 5 approaches and 4 approaches and 4 departure procedures in 3A, and then further working with our airlines and the FAA, we're able to reduce that to 4 approaches and 4 departures. And that's what depicted in 3B. On the next slide, we actually see the differential between the height of the max height of the building and the max height of the construction crane at different points throughout the city. As you can see in scenario 3, there is limited room as you get close to the airport, 10 feet in some areas. When you look at 3B for those same areas, those areas were increased to 60 feet by removing a few of those approaches. Park Avenue and the downtown core, the temporary construction crane range did not move much, but from 30 to 40 feet in some specific areas. This is because the main ILS approach runs right through those areas, and you can see the center lines of the runways depicted on those maps. As a reminder from earlier, the FAA has the sole regulatory authority on airspace, so staff needs to work closely with the FAA and the airlines on any temporary adjustment to the approach and departure procedures to allow for this additional crane height. On the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the hit to the airlines. Here are 4 of our longer run destinations, and you can see in the rows on the left, scenario 3, 3A, and 3B. In this example, the Beijing flight from Hainan used a 787-900 with 290 seats on it. With scenario 3B, that plane would have to offload approximately 163 people, forcing it to depart only with a 60% load factor. The flight could go out on a 777-300ER with no passenger hit, but Hainan utilized the 87. Likewise, for ANA going to Tokyo, which you don't see on the chart, but just interpreting the Beijing flight, ANA's airplane has 215 seats rather than the 290 because of the 3 levels of service inside the aircraft, and Tokyo is closer than Beijing. So it's estimated that that plane would lose probably 80 seats on its, or 80 passengers on its flight. The same thing would be true for BA versus Frankfurt. You see Frankfurt there on the chart. BA has about 216 seats and is also closer than Frankfurt. And then getting back into domestic markets, New York, depending on the airplane they utilize, would have some hits. The 737-800, no penalty. The A320-200, which is what JetBlue flies, would have a penalty of about 11 passengers. And then to Hawaii, one of our larger markets with 3 different air carriers flying to that market. The A321neo, which is used by Hawaiian, would have about a 5-passenger hit. The Boeing 737-800 in the Southwest configuration would lose approximately 17 passengers. Now, again, these losses are only when we're in South Flow, which only happens 13% of the time, and only when the South Flow is occurring when these planes are departing, and only when these planes are departing at full passenger loads. So it's not going to happen daily, but I wanted you to understand that some of these flights may be impacted by a rather large number of passengers. On the next page, as I've stated throughout, the FAA has the ultimate regulatory responsibility to protect the TERPS procedure. Staff can work with the FAA and the airlines to look at different scenarios, but at the end, the FAA makes the final decisions on safety. The construction crane guidance is to include the FAA making of determination of no hazard, and with any recommendation conditions to include obstruction lighting and marking on the temporary cranes. We have cleared with the FAA that they recommend that contractors and developers do a feasibility study with the FAA to get a better idea of what the permanent building can be and what the construction cranes might be able to have as early as possible in their process. Next slide. The crane height guidance document will be attached to the PBCE permit process for the development. The crane guidance has 3 basic bullets. Utilize crane jumps to ensure that the crane is at maximum height for the shortest period of time. Cranes should only be at that maximum height for 6 months, and they should try and schedule those cranes at the maximum height during our non-South Flow months, which are April to September. The airport also supports exploring a landing fee reduction program to help the air carriers that incur passenger and cargo weight impacts. And then there has also been a discussion of a fee generated by the developers to help recoup some of those costs. And with that, we're available for questions.
Thanks, John. All right, let's go to the public for comments and questions on this item, which is item 5.1, the construction crane height guidance study findings and recommendation. Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. To mention the business plans of the previous airport item that I forgot to mention, if the interest rate was to be raised, say starting in 2023-24, would that be a benefit, or would that hurt or curtail current plans and ideas? And I just wanted to throw that out there as a question. For this item, thank you for the presentation. You know, I'm a bit behind, and I have some older examples of what I feel is important in how to address this issue. I mean, I can't say enough about the work of the Airport Commission and what I feel is their very practical ideas about the future of height limits for the downtown runway area. And you know, I just feel those are the good examples. They're smaller limits, but they place buildings in different places that can be a benefit to yourselves, and you know, that can really help these passenger questions a lot, I think, and I just think create an overall better harmony for the city. I mean, you use these exorbitant heights to help with the crane issue. Congratulations, but I feel you're doing that at the expense of future planning of where to travel, where people can travel, and the ease of how people can travel. And I don't think it's worth that risk. I think you should build small and build out as a way to make up for revenue issues that can do that. And then, it just gives you so many more options in the future. You're totally limiting yourselves by trying to go for these massive height things, and it's really frustrating. So, those are my feelings on this issue. And I know your ideas of, you want to be, I've said enough, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Soto?
Motion to approve. Motion to approve. The only issue that I think was debated, and I want to thank Councilman Morales for agreeing that there has to be some kind of disincentivization for the developers to keep their cranes up within these time limits. I mean, just to say it and and you better, it's just not going to work. We're dealing with people that have absolutely no concern about anything else other than money. That's it. That's all. They come to the city and they ask for tax credits, tax breaks, use whatever euphemistic term you want. Bottom line is, these billionaires want to lower their tax obligations to a city that they're coming into, and they're going to make billions. I mean, look for Gary Dillabo, for instance. He spent $300 million in 90 days. When does anybody ever spend $300 million in 90 days in just one small area, and then just stands on top of this building that has been iconic, an iconic representation of Songho for decades, and just stands there, oh yeah, this is mine. This is all mine. This is my fiefdom. I mean, this is the kind of attitude that, that these people are coming into this city with, and I take great exception to that. I have a right to. My ancestors have suffered under the weight of men monetizing that suffering by marginalization and discriminating against Mexicans, Chicanos, Latinos from sharing in that wealth. So I think that we really need to charge at least $1 million per day, and I make no exaggeration, $1 million per day while those cranes are up after 6 months. Thank you.
Scott Neese?
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, members of the City Council. Most of you were on the council 2 years ago when we passed the OEI height limits in the downtown, and this is very much a continuation of this. I want to thank Airport Director John Aiken and his staff for working through this thoughtful crane policy. We're really solving for a couple simple things here. The FAA, as John just explained, is going to issue to each of the buildings that qualify a temporary no hazard permit, which would allow them to have the higher crane for the arrivals. The issue on the departures is the same one that we talked about a couple years ago with the OEI. There's an economic issue. It's a potential economic issue. John laid out all of the factors that have to be in alignment for there potentially to be a weight penalty. I really appreciated the airline letters, John, that you got in the packet. All of the airlines said that the OEI wasn't a problem and that, the higher cranes might be a problem. So it's a little speculative to say that there's going to be this forthcoming fee on, just saying that it's going to be figured out later, when I think we're all trying to get to some certainty on this policy. But for the ability to get the higher buildings done, jumping the crane makes sense for the shorter duration. And I think you've got a pretty solid foundation today to go forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you for your work on this issue, which has lasted many years, and the evolution of this issue. I really want to thank John Aiken and Judy Ross and Ryan Sheelan and Gary Green, everybody on the airport team for their hard work on this. This has not been easy. This is very complex, and we appreciate their collaborative work. It's not done yet. I know we got some more work to do here still, but I'm glad to see that we're moving in a direction that will enable us, our city, to continue to grow and our airport to grow with it. Also want to thank Kim Wallish and Nancy Klein and Kevin Fisher over in the attorney's office, city attorney's office, as well as Kelly Klein on our team. All right, let's go to the council. Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, I just have a few questions about the proposal. So during the 6 months window when it's typically north flow, how often do conditions, by estimation, how often do conditions during that time potentially cause south flow takeoffs?
Council member, they still occur. It's a act of Mother Nature, so it's hard to predict. But we do have south flow during the summer months when we get a storm passage. You'll get a freak storm, in June, and strange things happen, and it actually rains in California. So it does occur. It's just much more concentrated in the winter. So I would say, during that 6 month period, maybe it happens, 8, 9 times, 10 times during that period, but not for long durations either. Usually in the summer, it's a shorter duration.
Right. And then when you say duration, you mean a portion of a day, or is it always?
Yeah, it's for an hour or two that we're in south flow. We don't have to start in south flow and stay like that all day. As soon as the winds shift, we can go back into our normal north flow procedure.
Okay. So what would happen on those days if cranes were up would be some kind of shuffling of passengers at the last minute to have to remove passengers from flights if they're full flights.
Yes.
And both inconveniencing of course, the airline, but also the passengers. Okay.
Yeah, I think we've all been in an airport somewhere around the country where your airline starts offering $200 vouchers for people to volunteer to get off, and pretty soon it's a $500 voucher, and they're really trying to encourage people to get off. That's for these kind of issues. It could be for various other issues, an equipment change or stuff like that. But you always hate to be that person that gets voluntold to to get off the plane. So that's the kind of inconvenience to the airlines, and then actually to the traveling public too. You're heading to Hawaii for your vacation, right? And now you don't get to leave till tomorrow because you were picked. So
okay, yeah, and there's obviously an environmental impact that occurs. You want to fly with full planes and not have empty seats, and you want to maximize the plane utilization. So I hate to create a circumstance in which we're going to send a significant number of flights below their capacity unnecessarily when we have ticketed passengers to fill them. So that's just something to keep in mind as we're formulating this policy.
Yeah, I'm trying to solve the financial part to the airlines, but you're right. There is also an environmental.
Right. I mean, we know the heavy impact of air travel as it is, and so the idea is to try to get as few flights as possible with as many passengers per flight. So that's much better for the reduction of our footprint at the airport. So this policy would the idea here is to limit the crane time of year in which the cranes are up to those times of year in which it's most likely that we would have that south flow takeoff. That's the plan. And then figure out a financial penalty for those random 10 periods of time, potentially during that other 6 months in which airlines take a financial hit because they have to move passengers off the plane.
So it'd be kind of two things. There would be, you'd be authorizing us to explore a fee waiver so that we can partner with our airlines through this difficult situation. What we're contemplating now is kind of a landing fee waiver to help give them some financial relief from the airport, and then a fee to the developers when it occurs. So it wouldn't be every time a crane is up in the winter or every time a crane is up past 6 months. It would be when that correlates with people actually having to get off the plane.
Right.
So it wouldn't be just a punishment for being up in the air. It would be the fee for actually causing the passengers to get off the plane.
Right, and I'm concerned about the financial trade-off that would lead the developer or the construction company to decide that whatever penalty there is worth it in order to accelerate the construction timeline. So we have to sort of have a policy that will really try to really limit that window if that window is going to have this much of an impact during certain times of year. That would be my concern about the policy.
I think the direction here in this in the recommendation is for us to work with OED and PBCE to kind of come up with a penalty that recoups the landing fee waiver or the fee waiver to the airline, but also makes it so it's not just comfortable to leave your crane up all the time, right?
Right. And I guess the other question I have, I mean, obviously, well, a couple more questions. One, as time goes on, planes are moving to more efficient, airlines are moving to more efficient planes as they replace older planes. In theory, in the long run, we'll have planes that are lighter and not as susceptible as you showed on your chart with different types of aircraft. I guess the question would be, you know, at what point will we get beyond this limitation with the current heights that we're proposing? It's pretty hard to know at this point, I assume.
Yeah, and new aircraft come in two models, basically. The Prius that's built to get great fuel economy, right, when you're up cruising, and then the aircraft that are more like a Ford Mustang, and they're a workhorse and can get you up and out of there quickly. So we'll see what technology does, and we'll see how aircraft change. But you're right, the hope is that the aircraft will perform better, and this will become less and less of an issue over time.
Okay. And I know I wasn't on the council when a lot of these discussions were happening, so it's hard to know what data was looked at in detail before. It would be nice, I guess, if we have it, for me to see some data about, you know, for every 10 feet of crane height, how do those numbers that you showed on that impact chart change, so that we can make a trade-off judgment as to where's the sweet spot in that policy. And I assume that that's what went into creating the policy as it is now, but maybe for those of us who weren't here to see that data before, if you have it, I'd love to see it.
We have it. I'll see if we can pull it together in a self-explanatory kind of presentation that we can distribute to you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to ask John a couple of questions important for context here, because I know Councilmember Cohen expressed, you know, a lot of concerns. I know that others have about impacts on airlines, certainly the airlines themselves. But load factors on these international flights, China, Japan, to Europe, you know, I could be wrong, but I don't recall many load factors on average being much more than in the 70s. Is that true?
The average load factor for the international flights is probably bounces around in the 70s, like 72 to 78%. But that does mean they have days that are at 90 and days that are 60, right? And so again, like I would say, it's the opportunity for the airlines to be negatively affected is it's a south flow day. The south flow is happening when the plane wants to take off, morning, afternoon, evening, and that plane is also at, you know, over this certain load factor that people get affected. So even though we say we're at south flow 13% of the time, I won't say that 13% of our aircraft will get affected. It'll be significantly less than that. You're going to have 5 or 6 destinations, maybe 7 destinations that may get served a few times a day. So it's going to be a small number of planes that actually do it. But on the international departures, losing those passengers or losing that reputation of service can be a black eye on the airline and departing out of San Jose versus some of our neighboring airports.
Yeah, understood. I just want to make sure we're all kind of aware that, you know, it's just the assumption that the flight to Japan or China is going to be full or 90% full is not a frequent occurrence.
Correct.
Yeah. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. And kind of to that point, for the crane permit fee, how will we know if an airline has been affected? I think I heard you say when Councilmember Cohen was asking questions that that fee would just be used to offset the affected airlines and the affected flights. And that's what I saw in the memo as well. So how, we know that this won't occur all that often, as you've just discussed with the mayor. How do we know if the airline has been affected, number one? And number two, what happens if all the fees aren't spent? What do we do with that money?
So the airlines would probably be, my best guess would be self-reporting to us that they had to offload. They self-report a lot of stuff to us, so I'm not nervous that they would over or under report. They report passenger departures for our PFCs and everything else, so they'd be able to say, today flight 256 had to offload 6 people, and so that would be how we would figure out that they were offloading. The idea of over collecting, I'm actually more worried about under collecting, because we're looking at this fee as more of a, they would only pay when the flights were affected, and probably only when they're outside of the parameters. So if you're in your first 6 months of the crane being at top height and people had to get off, maybe that developer doesn't have to pay because he's still within the window that we gave him in this policy. So I'm more concerned about under collecting than over collecting.
Okay. And then the statement about the FAA having to clear all the development proposals, does the airport get involved with that? Do they notify, do you notify the FAA of development proposals, or does the developer work directly with the FAA? How does that process work?
So the developer and the contractor submit a form to the FAA, a 7460. It's just a form that they talk about where they set the latitude and longitude of the building corners and how high they want to be. And that would be an application for a permanent structure. And then they would do a separate application for a temporary obstruction, which would be the crane. And so the developer / contractor works directly with the FAA. The FAA makes us aware that they have a proposed building or crane in our neighborhood. But the most part, we're trying to work with our airlines and the FAA now to help the FAA understand which approaches are most important to our airlines so that we can maintain the safety. And so I think we have buy-in from the airlines and the FAA that we only protect these 4 approaches that we, documented in the 3B. But the contractor works directly with the FAA.
Okay. And I didn't see anything in the report about having to have a maximum number of cranes at one time. Is that an issue at all?
The first crane creates the problem. So if there's 50 cranes, it's the same problem. The same number of people have to get off if there's 1 or 50. What I'd like to do in the fee recovery portion is equally divided amongst the 50, right? So
yeah.
I don't collect 50 fees. I collect a fee that's divided by 50 or divided by the number of parcels that are under construction. So
right.
Again, so I don't over collect and have this pot of fees,
Yeah.
at the airport.
So in a way it will incentivize, I think this will be good. Nancy will like this, right? This incentivizes a lot of cranes being in the air at the same time. Because if somebody's got a crane up, then they're like, oh, I can cut my own fees in half by putting my crane up at the same time.
Right. Well, and there's also a benefit if they all get up in the air and start building, the duration won't be as long, right?
Right.
We won't be doing this for 15 years.
Yeah.
We maybe do it for 10 years.
Okay. I like that. Okay, great. Do other cities, John, we ask you this question every time, but I want to make sure it's on the record every time. Do other cities have this type of issue? And was this study based on other cities that have this issue?
When we went through the OEI discussion, when we actually set the building heights, we found a few examples of airports that had similar problems, but nobody with exactly our problem. So if they had a downtown growing off the end of one runway, they had intersecting runways, so they could take off in an opposite direction, in a diagonal direction, or it was slightly offset to one side. Ours, as you saw from those drawings, the 200 Park, the City View, they're exactly on the center lines of the runways. And so we have pretty much a unique problem, but we did reference those other studies for best practices, crazy ideas, things that we could utilize to try and get the best. And I guess, I want to kind of emphasize, my own struggle as your airport director. Working through this, I would prefer my airlines not to be affected. But at the same time, with these developers putting, 25,000 employees downtown and 40,000 residents, where do you think they're going to go to fly for vacation? So I'm conflicted in the process that all of this development is really good for me in the long range. I just have to get through the short range, so that I can reap the benefits on the other side. And so that's really, we've been doing everything we can to be as creative and open-minded, I guess, as possible, because I see, the passenger on the other end of this construction boom.
Right, and the additional business travel as well, and it's not just vacation travel. If
Right.
we have a more vibrant downtown, there's going to be more people that find it easier to fly into San Jose and do their business and just stay in San Jose. So I appreciate that. I have one question for Nancy. The crane jumps, I'd never heard of that before. Is that something that's an industry standard with cranes?
Yes, they're very used to it, and they don't like to be up high for longer than they have to because it's more expensive for them. So they're very comfortable with what John was saying there.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Did somebody make a motion?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Councilmember Peralta seconded and has the floor next.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the presentation from staff. And as the mayor already pointed out, this was an extensive amount of work and took a lot of collaboration. I think it could have been easy for John and our airport staff to simply look at this and just say no. But I think that's been demonstrated over the years. There is an interest to work together. And I think it's mutually beneficial. The growth of downtown and the more high-rise buildings we get, the more density we get, that can ultimately benefit the airport as well. One of the challenges is during construction. As we've pointed out, certainly we know we have this ceiling height, we have a high water table, and so there's this small envelope to build within. And cranes need to go slightly higher than a building when it gets built. And so that's the other challenge as we try to push our limits of the heights of our buildings, which we have done. Now we're up against this unique challenge of crane heights. And so I do appreciate staff's work on this. And as I just reiterate, but it's in the direction already. And so I'll be supporting it as I've seconded it. But just reiterate what I said in committee. I think, we have, unfortunately, a poor example that is not standard at all, but we happen to have the example here in our downtown core with the Silvery Towers development and just the sheer length of time that has taken and the length of time that the cranes were up. Meanwhile, we've had some other developments moving very quickly. Miro Towers across the street from City Hall just got complimented by community members last night as I had a downtown construction update and on how quickly they've been able to move, and the Adobe Tower. And so although what we saw at Silvery Towers is not the norm, unfortunately, if that were the circumstance and those crane heights were up for years, intruding into our pathway here, and we know that we're going to have some circumstances of inclement weather and south flow, even as limited as it may be. I think that could have just added up. And so that's where, in my mind, and I know John, obviously your head was as well, that we need to have some check and balance there in order to avoid that type of circumstance from happening. And I do think that we're trying to strike a balance here, and that's what I support moving forward on. And again, appreciate the work and look forward to collaboration moving ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councilmember Perales expressed a lot of the sentiments I had. Really appreciate John's willingness to work with all the stakeholders here. I can remember being a council member a couple of directors ago, and that wasn't always the case. So thank you, John. Yeah, I had a question about how we got into this situation. You know, I understand we certainly had a consultant perform. I guess this was Landrum and Brown that performed this building heights, the crane study. But we had building height studies before that. And why didn't they include the crane analysis when they did the building height study? I don't know, was it a half decade ago?
Because as I recall, we did a couple directors ago, we did an OEI building height study and formulated a bunch of work and did a bunch of things and then just never finished it. We just dropped it because the recession hit and it wasn't the time to build. And so everyone forgot about building tall buildings in downtown San Jose. And so I think the process just never got to as far as we got. You know, we took it to the end and realized, well, if you build right up to the top, you're going to have to get above it to put the top floor on. And so cranes are going to be an issue. I just don't think we ever got there in the prior studies.
Yeah. And John, I noticed that you indicated a desire to waive fees for airlines, whether passengers or cargo needs to be offloaded. And not knowing much about cargo shipment, I just assumed that, hey, if they couldn't get on one plane, the cargo could get on the next one or go up to Oakland or something. Is that a significant impact to airlines if they have to move cargo in a different route?
I think we wanted the ability to, the direction from council to explore both. My gut feeling is the package isn't going to complain to me that they got kicked off the plane and, you know, it's a terrible airport to fly out of. The package will go the next day or, like you said, out of another airport. But in working with my airline partners, if they say, oh my God, this is terrible, I at least wanted council's direction to study it, look at it, and when we come back with the fees, if I have to have a cargo thing, council can then at that point vote the yes or no. But if I can eliminate the cargo by saying, yeah, none of the airlines really cared that much about the packages, that I just don't bring it up when we come back with the waiver and the fee program.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that there was a lot of concern in development community builders who were real concerned about what the implications were of this memo. But just to emphasize, this is really the city trying to get out ahead of and provide some guidance, not to say thou shalt not. That really comes from the FAA when they establish what's safe and what's not safe. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
The heights will actually be set by the FAA. Council is talking about what happens if you're in that higher zone for certain times or certain times of the year. But the FAA will say no cranes above this.
Right. Okay, great. Thanks, John. All right, any other questions? All right, let's vote then on Councilmember Davis's motion.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Perales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Aye.
Arenas,
Esparza votes yes.
sorry,
Yes.
thank you, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye.
Going back to,
Carrasco say yes.
thank you.
John and Judy, thank you both. Thanks to your team. All right, we're on to item 6.1, which is San Jose Clean Energy Programs Roadmap and Energy Efficiency Programs Advice letter. Welcome, Lori. Did you want to make a presentation on this?
Yeah, we have a short presentation.
Great.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council members. My name is Lori Mitchell. I'm the Director of Community Energy, and today I'm joined by Zach Strike. He is our Assistant Director, and he'll put the slides up. The item today is our energy efficiency program funding, as well as our program's roadmap.
There we go. Boom. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today, we're here to recommend that Council allows to apply to prepare and submit an advice letter to California Public Utility Commission, or the CPUC, to administer or elect to administer energy efficiency programs. And if the advice letter is approved by the PUC, authorize city manager to accept and administer funds. We're also seeking acceptance of the San Jose Clean Energy Programs Roadmap. Community choice aggregators like San Jose Clean Energy are eligible to apply to the PUC for funding to administer energy efficiency programs in their territories by submitting what is called an advice letter through the Elect to Administer program. These energy efficiency programs are focused on saving electricity, and they're funded by existing public purpose program charges on all ratepayer bills. Several other CCAs have applied or are in the process of applying to administer these programs. The programs are structured for 3-year funding cycles, and San Jose Clean Energy is eligible for approximately $1.7 million per year for a total of just over $5 million over 3 years. Those funds fund staff time, a third-party implementer, marketing efforts, as well as direct incentives for the energy efficiency measures for the customers, and we can reapply every 3 years. As part of submitting the advice letter, the PUC requires potential funding administrators to include a 3-year program plan and budget. The program concepts must pass the CPUC cost effectiveness guidelines that value energy savings, avoided grid costs, and avoided greenhouse gas emissions. Energy and the greenhouse gas emissions savings must outweigh the cost of implementing the program. We worked with consultant Frontier Energy to identify 2 program families, if you will, that as a portfolio meet the PUC's total resource cost requirements, one for single family homes and a second for small commercial and schools. As you'll see on the later slides, the small commercial and schools program would receive the bulk of the $1.7 million annual budget because of the CPUC's sort of strict formulas for calculating cost effectiveness. Small commercial and school programs result in much greater energy savings per those calculations and formulas. So in order to offer an energy efficiency program at all for residents, we need to bundle it with the small commercial school program. More on that a little bit later. If we are granted funding, San Jose Clean Energy must meet CPUC audit and reporting requirements on a quarterly basis. So staff kicked off the project in September with our consultant who won a competitive solicitation. And since then, we've performed a market assessment, vetted our program concepts with other funding administrators, including Bayren and PG&E, and have drafted the advice letter. We would submit the advice letter to the PUC in late March, subject to council approval. We expect CPUC approval sometime between July and November of this year, though the PUC does not have a set timeline for its approval. And then we would plan to launch our programs shortly after that approval in the coming winter. Our single family program targets single family moderate income households, and a word about that term moderate income. So that is we are using that to match the PUC definition of income. The bracket that we are targeting are families earning between 200% and 400% of the federal poverty guideline. So for context, in San Jose, for a family of 3, that's approximately $43,000 to $86,000 a year. So that is well within what San Jose by other metrics terms low income. So we're targeting to reach approximately 250 customers a year. The one reason that we chose this, this customer group is that there are existing programs for customers who are at lower income levels that are offered by PG&E, their Energy Savings Assistance Program. And BayREN offers a multi-family energy suite of energy efficiency programs. So we're allowed to overlap some, but we need to sort of thread the needle and find a place which is not, which is somewhat underserved. And so that's how we landed here. We think that the market is approximately 32,500 households, several thousands of which just on average will likely experience a major appliance failure. And so that's the group that we hope to reach with this program. So again, approximately 15% of our 1.7 million yearly budget will be spent on this program effort. We plan to offer discounts on a major appliance. So for each house, they would get a smart thermostat and a smart power strip, and then one major appliance replacement. You can see examples there: refrigerator, dryer, washing machine, and such. The discount for the residents, we think will end up being approximately 25. And that's based on two things. One, the bulk discount from doing a large purchase, and as well as PUC funding for a direct incentive. Interestingly, the amount that we're allowed to discount to customers is capped by the PUC. So a lot of rules to administer these funds. We will hire a third-party program implementer to coordinate this bulk discount purchase, enrollment, and installation. And we would plan to hold an RFP to select that program implementer later this spring. Our small commercial and schools program is targeting a broad range of small commercial users, including medical and dental offices, small and medium retail stores, restaurants, convenience stores, school districts, and junior colleges. We're planning to target approximately 100, just over 100 of those per year. And so the schools will be larger sites, more intensive, extensive projects, maybe 3 of those per year and 100 of the smaller sites. And so the balance of that 1.7 million will be spent in this program. So we plan to offer a discount on HVAC systems, things like, as well as refrigerated display cases and water heating component upgrades. So this will be a contractor-driven program. So we would be hiring a third-party implementer to identify those contractors, who in turn identify customers in the targeted market sectors and geographic areas. Also want to point out that we have, as San Jose Clean Energy, we have customer usage data, and so we can identify who would be perhaps most appropriate to target and would benefit the most. So these would be customers planning on upgrading their HVAC systems, and the program funding represents the incremental cost that would allow them to invest in a more efficient electric system than they would otherwise. The main outreach channels would be contractor networks, local business districts, and San Jose commercial customer, direct commercial customer engagement. So this would allow us to build relationships with our customers for future programs as well. Also want to point out that schools are available for additional funding opportunities that San Jose could help them leverage to make an even bigger energy impact, such as AB 841. So combined, the programs would save approximately 2.8 million kilowatt hours a year. That's the same as taking about 430 cars off the road every year for the lifetime of the new energy efficient appliances and equipment. You'll notice there's also some therm savings. That's reduction in gas use as a result of more efficient upgrades. And then altogether, a total of just over 900 metric tons of CO2 per year. So now just a little bit about the program's roadmap. CCAs like San Jose Clean Energy reinvest their operational surpluses back into the community through lower rates and community programs. In 2019, San Jose Clean Energy began developing this roadmap, which is our planning process to determine the types of energy programs we'd offer in subsequent years of operation. We began by studying other CCA program offerings, then held focus groups, conducted surveys, and held community presentations throughout the city in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese to understand attitudes towards and levels of adoption of various clean energy technologies to date, including solar, electric vehicles, and demand response. We enlisted the help of community-based organizations such as Somos Mayfair and ICANN. In January 2020, we presented a draft roadmap of this to our Clean Energy Community Advisory Commission, and then in March to the Transportation and Environment Committee. In July, we then held a workshop leveraging the American Cities Climate Challenge Network, working with Rocky Mountain Institute, World Resources Institute, industry experts, and local nonprofits, getting their feedback on our draft roadmap and understanding the types of programs, if the types of programs we're considering will fit in with an electric clean energy future. Based on that feedback, we brought it back again to Transportation and Environment Committee in October and are here today recommending the council accepts our programs roadmap. This is a list of our program guiding principles that will guide the selection of San Jose clean energy programs going forward. The focus will be on greenhouse gas emission reductions, equity, and community benefits. It's also important that our programs align with Climate Smart San Jose, the city's climate action plan. We chose these programs areas as a result of the work I described just before. So building electrification, which includes replacing natural gas uses within buildings with electric substitutes, vehicle electrification, distributed energy resources, which are small scale units of generation and also include things like battery storage and demand response, energy efficiency, program specific rates, such as a special rate for low income customers, and energy resiliency. We will not fully fund programs with ratepayer funds until we build our operating reserve in the next few years. In the meantime, we're pursuing programs that leverage external funding. 2 such programs have already been approved by council. Cal EVIP on the right, which will double the amount of public electric vehicle charging infrastructure in San Jose and leverages 10 million from the California Energy Commission. And the second in the middle, the Disadvantaged Community Green Tariff Program, which we brought to council in December 2020 and have applied for with the CPUC and are still waiting to hear back, hopefully in a week or 2. That is, you might recall, a CPUC funded program that provides approximately 800 customers in disadvantaged communities an additional 20% off their electricity bill. The PUC funding includes some funding for San Jose Clean Energy staff time to administer the program and allows us to promote the city's equity work, increasing access to the benefits of renewable energy among customers that otherwise cannot afford it. And then of course, we're seeking council approval today, as described before, to administer energy efficiency funds. That's the end of our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Zach, and thanks for all the work on this. Thanks to you and Lori and the rest of the team. Let's go to public who may have any comments on this item, which regards San Jose Clean Energy Programs, the roadmap, and this energy efficiency program as well. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Thank you very much for this item. The memo offers that you'll be working on the issues of HVAC systems. And, you know, I just wanted to again remind, I hope it can become easier to just simply more openly talk about if the new HVACs that we're getting for schools, will they have aerosol vaccine capabilities? That subject should be kind of like, I hope it can become easier to talk about openly with the public, and it can just be an open, good dialogue, you know, if that is the case, and it's needed dialogue. I also wanted to mention the department head of the airport, John Aiken. It was a really good report he gave. I felt he possibly offered that you guys are still relying on you know, for your future building height issues, that future airplanes are going to they're going to have to totally upgrade themselves and burn a ton of more jet fuel in order to meet your building height requirements? I mean, is that the great future that you're promising and wanting to build? That's our fuel, that's our efficient, more energy efficient future? You know, I mean, you got to coordinate these things, I think. I don't think relying on burning more jet fuel is sustainable practices for our future. I mean, I'm really consider what you're doing with these building height issues, and it can be done at a smaller scale and accomplish most of the same things. On to these energy issues. Thank you for this report. The subsidy, these are basically, it sounds like you're getting involved with a subsidy idea. East Bay Community Energy, they've been doing, I've only got 7 seconds left, man. How can this be? Shoot, I'll do this in open forum, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Soto?
Hey, I love you, Blair, man. I love you, homie. Okay, with respect to this issue, the building the infrastructure to support the electrified vehicles on the east side is a serious racial equity issue. Now, I was on the forum when the senoras were talking about, they were from all the DOT and all these different organizations, right? And when I started asking, I said, I want demographic information as to who is going to be driving these vehicles. Now, they knew and they openly admitted that it is going to be people from certain income levels that are going to be accessible to this. However, but this is how they abuse the poverty that's going on in that area. What they do is they write the grants and they talk about all this poverty and we're going to elevate, we're going to fortify this area. Yeah, rah, 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 rah. Send out all this grant money exploiting the poverty that has been maintained in that area over generations. Then what they do is they get the grant money, okay, gentrify the area, build it up, and the very people that they used and abused through the grant writing process are the very people that get gentrified out of the area and are not the beneficiaries of that grant money. Now, that system really needs to be examined, man, because like I told you, Toto pulled back the curtain. I see how the Wizard of Oz does his tricks. He pulls the levers and he pulls this and he pulls that, and it's always at the expense of the Chicano. We built this city. Our ancestors built this city with our bodies, with our sweat, dealing with discrimination, dealing with redlining policies, dealing with restrictive covenants, and the deprivation of the ancestral wealth. No. This needs it has racial equity office written all over it. That office needs to be fortified to deal with these kind of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number 5140.
Yeah, do you guys really think you're going to be able to run the electrical grid on these renewables? I think you're really fooling yourselves. We saw the power go out this summer. PG&E has all these cheesy, tacky ways to save money if you do use your utilities before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after 9 o'clock at night. It's not, you want everyone to plug an electric car in? This city, the electrical grid, can't handle what it has. And then, remember how you guys want to get rid of natural gas? That's going to be the new thing. Everything's going to run on electric. You guys are crazy. And this thing with the airlines and everything, you guys want to have more fumes in the air because they have to go higher due to your requirements. What's that going to do to airline ticket prices? I'll have to fly out of Oakland or San Francisco. So I don't understand the whole building up thing. Doesn't make any sense at all. Post-COVID, people aren't going to want to be crammed together. Everyone's going to be paranoid for the next 20 years about these things. But getting back, and these solar panels on top of houses, what eyesores. Neighborhoods used to look nice. Now they look like garbage with all these solar panels. Hey, God bless them. They're going to save money on the utility bill. But if you think we're going to go all electric and drive all electric cars with this power grid, you guys are smoking too much legal marijuana. Okay. And like Paul says, people on the east side are going to benefit from this. This is for rich white liberals. This is what it's for. You guys love your electric cars. You love Tesla and all this stuff. You guys are crazy. you know what though? Keep doing it because I can't wait for the power to go out and see what excuses you people are going to make.
Thank you. All right. And after this council meeting, I'll be jumping in my 8-year-old Chevy Volt. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. At least you have a car to jump into, Sam.
Yes.
I have some, thank you for your report and the proposal to offer grants and incentives to get energy efficient appliances into our homes, but also to improve the HVAC systems in the schools. But I have some questions for you. I think I'll start with the homes. Many of our, and you've already addressed why you're not addressing multifamily, because there's other opportunities for multifamily to get energy efficient appliances. So you're really talking about single family. And it strikes me that our single family residences may have renters in them, and the renter does not pay for the appliance. They don't provide the appliance in their living quarters, but they pay for the utilities. So how will we get the message to the landlords that this is an opportunity for them that would have the net result of reducing the energy costs for the tenant?
Yes, that's we know we will face that challenge, as well as the sort of mixed incentives that exist there. We plan to do outreach through neighborhood associations, working with our partners in OED, community-based organizations, to sort of get at reaching those owners. That information is public, is who the owner is, and with the hope is that it is a little bit of a win-win. So it's a lower bill for the renter, and it's an upgrade to the unit to the housing stock for the owner. But we definitely see that challenge, and it will take some work.
Okay, I'm also, I appreciate that, and I think that would have somewhat benefit for the tenant, but in the long run, it may not. And I'm just thinking out loud, because if a landlord is upgrading their appliances to the most energy efficient, they may be able to increase their rents because now they have new appliances. So I'd really want to be concerned about that the net result is rents are going to go up because of these new appliance incentives. While for the current tenant, it may decrease their energy costs. In the long run, it may force prices up for renters, but I don't know, Will. I guess we'll just have to watch and see how that plays out, but that would be of concern to me. Don't get me wrong, I like the program. It's just how will we implement it so that it does benefit the tenant in the property, but it has to go through the landlord to get to benefit the tenant. Okay, the other, the bigger pot of funding you're talking about is replacing HVAC at our schools. But it's really our school districts and not our schools, because if you're going to Eastside Union High School District, or even any school district, they're not going to allow one of their schools to apply for the grant. They'll have to go through the district to get it. Also, a lot of the school districts have passed bonds that allow them to generate money to replace the HVAC. They have specific funds. They've gone to the taxpayers have approved it, and they have HVAC systems that are being replaced now or have been recently replaced. And some of those systems were replaced to make it more better air quality under COVID. They may have had not the right circulating systems within particular units. So how would a school district apply? How would, it doesn't sound like the funding is big enough necessarily for one school district. So how do you see that playing out? How do you see the details of that working, of that program working?
So first, you make a great point about HVAC, and that's one of the classes of measures. Improved water heating efficiency was the second one that we called out, and we do have some flexibility for other sorts of retrofits. But in terms of applying I think our first thought is to focus on those school districts which are fully located in San Jose. And to do direct outreach to them. So, there aren't so many. So you should be able to spend some focused time on those. And then I don't want to say first come, first serve, because that isn't it exactly. But we do, over time, we do need to sort of deliver on these total kilowatt hour savings and so forth in order to show the PUC that, we did that we said we were going to do. But really, it's meant to be a contractor-based system. So we'll be relying heavily on our implementer to know who the contractor, sort of a demonstrated contractor network that would be able to have a track record of going out to close these kinds of deals.
Well, I think it's a great idea, but there are 19 school districts, and that doesn't count the charter schools that are out and available, and maybe that's a better source because they're more individual one sites. I completely agree with the proposal. I want to thank you for your presentation. There is some I have some concerns about how it will roll out and making sure that we are doing so equitably, particularly in the smaller school districts on the east side who could really benefit, or downtown, who could really benefit from the energy efficiency. But many school districts, they don't, it's a school pot, a district pot. So the energy efficiency savings is for the district and not set necessarily for the school site, but over the long run, it's reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and that's the goal. And I understand that. With that, I don't have any more questions, but I will move the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, Lori, Zach. Good to see you guys. I remember seeing an earlier draft of this report back when I was on the commission last year. So nice to see it moving forward. I know, we're not talking about a huge amount of money here relative to the potential for energy efficiency, and certainly relative to energy spend in our city. I think this is, on an annual basis, a fraction of a percent of energy spend. So I want to just kind of note that for my colleagues, just to kind of keep in perspective. I really view this as sort of a test case or a pilot program to learn. This really is a learning opportunity as we kind of build up our operating reserves and think about more scaled programs in the future. And as Zach pointed out, this is really just one of many potential buckets where we might want to invest more. So at least that's how I'd recommend we think about it. So with that in mind, I guess my questions are really around how you will assess success, and specifically, obviously, you have a target number of single-family residences, businesses, schools you want to do the energy, efficiency conversion or investment in. But other than just the number that you get, which is an important metric, how do you think about opportunity cost? How will you measure the ROI on staff time, for example? Is that something that's kind of part of your, as you think about how we would assess the success of this in 3 years, is that part of your thinking?
Yeah, certainly. Lori, I'll go first. But jump in, please. I think opportunity cost is a real concern. The funds for through these PUC, the energy efficiency, there's approximately 350 to 400,000 for San Jose clean energy staff. And so, that maybe rounds to 2 staff members. So we're going to try very hard to, isolate and have, that they are doing this work. Again, we're going to use third-party implementers, and we need to, write a good scope and do a good solicitation and get the right one so that we can, push as much as we can, appropriately to them. As part of that, Matt, council member, pardon me, the equity outcomes, I think, will be a big question of how successful were we? And, as we sit here today, we know we need to get a lot tighter on what that means. Is it geography? Is it depth? Is it numbers? And so we'll be working with community groups, the Office of Racial Equity. We'll be putting equity outcomes into our solicitations for program implementers. So luckily we have a little time. The PUC, their deliberation time gives us a little more time for us to think about that. But I think, obviously hitting the energy reduction numbers and the installations, if you will, the staff time question of how much did this bleed into other roles, and then the questions of how do we do on equity.
Right, that makes sense. Cool. Lori, did you want to add, or you're good on that?
Yeah, I thought that was a great response. I will just say, I think another measure of success is just, making sure we meet those CPC requirements, also making sure that we are providing benefits to the community. So I think community feedback will be obviously very important to understand that. And especially, as you say, in some ways, this would be a pilot toward future programs, and I'm sure we will learn a lot. So I think those are two really important things. But I also think this is an opportunity that we have as the CCA to bring this funding, to San Jose. And so I think it's important that we move forward with it. It is a small amount, but it's still $5 million over the next 3 years. So we certainly should take advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's $5 million we wouldn't otherwise have access to. Totally agree. And then this may be sort of the same question, but just framed a little differently. So again, as we're 3 years from now or however far down the road, and we're trying to assess which of these programmatic areas to double down on, do you have, what are the metrics you're using to help us compare across what could be very different programmatic areas? Obviously, there's GHG reduction, so that hopefully is fairly straightforward. But there's, I'm sure, other inputs, and maybe it's just staff time. But how are you set up? Are we kind of pre-planning to be able to do that analysis across the different programmatic areas a few years from now?
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why we have spent so much time on this program's roadmap. We recognized early on, when I first came to San Jose, that there's a lot of different options in terms of providing programs. And I think it's very important that we did the work that we did to make sure that we have a framework for how we're selecting those programs and how we're going forward. So although we're still building our financial reserves and we're very focused on that, I think using that program's roadmap and taking the time to get the community input and input from the council and industry stakeholders is really important, so that as those dollars become available, we're making sure to invest them to get the most benefits.
Yeah, that sounds great. And has that evaluated framework already come before council, or is that something we'll be able to look at in the future?
It's actually part of this item. So it's the second part of the item today, is to that program's roadmap.
Right. Okay. And the evaluative framework, though, is in there on how you'll score. Okay. Got it. Okay. I'll look more closely. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Excited to see this moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you. And just one final point on the program's roadmap. We do expect that will be an iterative process, that document will change over time as new technologies and new input from the community and feedback on how these programs work evolve. So we do expect to update that over time and produce results of how the programs have succeeded and what we've learned from them.
Yeah, makes sense. Thanks again.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, and I want to thank Councilmember Mahan for his questions. I had many of the same ones, so I'm glad that we got them answered. And so I just want to thank you, Lori, and your team for just continuing to look for and offering these efficiency programs for our ratepayers. I think we've learned this on the water side from many droughts, that when we just have a long way to go to conserve our natural resources, and we've been incentivized to do that because water is a public good and through our droughts over the many years. And I would bet it is the same for energy, but we haven't had investor-owned utilities have that same incentive to help us conserve energy. So I'm really glad that we're doing this. And that's really why, frankly, why I supported the creation of San Jose Clean Energy in the first place. So I'm glad we're doing this. And I want to thank you for your continued work and looking at these programs and the program scoring. And just for Councilmember Mahan's benefit, it's in the attachment. That's why you may have missed it. And it's on page 14, the program scoring.
I just found it, page 14. It looks great. Lori,
there you go.
I'll send you an email later. Thanks, Councilmember.
So, and I appreciate these metrics. So since I don't think you threw that slide up, I just want to read out what the metrics are for the benefit of the public. So there are, looks like 5 metrics: equity, emissions impact, GHG cost effectiveness, program cost effectiveness, and then community benefits. And those benefits include reducing air pollutants, saving customers money, leading to local job growth, number 3, and then number 4, educating and creating awareness of climate solutions. So I really appreciate the metrics that you're using, and I think that it's a good basis. And as Councilmember Mahan said, it's very useful for us to be iterating this, especially with outside funding before we get to the programs that we fund ourselves. So I think this is a great way to go forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. So my question is about the ratepayers that qualify under this program that we're applying for. And I know that it's based on the CPUC and their definition of what they consider middle income. And I know that you have, I think it's a target of 250, right? How about if that, if our ratepayers grow into or come down into that bracket, income bracket, will we have an opportunity to relax in terms of what is allotted for residents and what is allotted for schools and businesses, or is that pretty much a feature that is set?
So a couple of things. One, the strictly speaking, that income bracket, that is what we are, per what we're telling the PUC that we're going to do. That's what we're going to market to. That's what we're going to target. If others pick up the phone, find us, inbound call, we are permitted to do that, to take that order and do that work. We need to see, because we don't want to turn people away, but we want to make sure that the funds are going plus or minus where we said that they were going to go. So that's just want to sort of clarify that on the side. In terms of if the numbers increase,
I'm sorry, so does that mean you won't turn people away? Is that?
So as you know, at the outset, now if 200 millionaires call us, and we might need to sort of change that. But so again, that sounds extreme, but we want to make sure that ultimately we have the funds more plus largely going where we said that they were going to go, because that's a appropriate use of public funds that we have serious compliance obligations with the state, but as a result of taking these funds.
Right. I just meant that if, if we found ourselves with more residents needing that particular service or qualifying for that, that the 1.4 with the business and schools could be reduced and the resident side can be increased. Is there that flexibility, or is this kind of written?
The trick is that combined the sort of the cost effectiveness measure, this TRC, that needs to average to 1 or greater than 1. And again, this is a PUC formula. It's not our value statement or anything.
Right.
The residential measures, it's a 0.21, so significantly less than 1. And the commercial ones are high enough over 1 to allow that to blend together to be greater than 1. So every incremental extra home that we do, brings that down and puts us at risk of not delivering on what we said we were going to do. I should add, I don't think I had a chance to clarify this in the presentation, that there is no financial penalty to the city or San Jose Clean Energy if we don't hit these numbers, but the chance that we will have the opportunity to administer programs in the future obviously is that much more at risk the further away we are from delivering on the numbers we said we we're going to.
Got it. Okay, so make sure we keep our word on what we've committed to.
We need to try to get pretty close.
Right. What are your plans in terms of rendering the same type of support? I'm guessing that you're going to look for outside external opportunities, as I heard that it's not realistic for us to have any programs just yet until we increase our revenues. So I'm guessing that you're going to continue to look for opportunities so that we can offer as many opportunities for our own residents in different income levels.
Yes, that's right. You know, for example, I mean, there are funding opportunities all the time. The California Air Resources Board, CARB, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, BACMed. So these things pop up, and we will be opportunistic to go after them. I also want to call out, I don't think we take enough credit for it, that we are investing $4 million into the electric vehicle charging work. And so, you know, that's not zero, but we did that to get the 10 match.
Right.
But yes, we will continue to be ever resourceful. And I'll also take the opportunity to point to a number of the sort of awareness and things that we've been pointing to. We spend a lot of time and staff resource on our website to try to make it more sort of user-friendly for people to get access to programs that are out there administered by others.
Right. I just hope that you can take into consideration some of the households that are overcrowded and whose landlord may not fit into that, but that household could still benefit from it. I don't know how that would work out, but I think there's I liken the zip code 95122 to the city of Gilroy because it's about the same size and population, right? So that tells you that particular zip code in San Jose is just really overcrowded. And so I hope that we can keep in mind and just be flexible with some of the different households that might live in that house, or the landlord who may not qualify, but the renters who might be paying for that and not in a formal rental agreement. Just some non-traditional living accommodations. So I see you shaking your head, Zach. So you're cognizant of who we have here in San Jose.
Yes.
Appreciate that. The next thing I was going to ask you is, and I know that Councilmember Foley asked this about some of the school districts. I know that there's some school districts, Alum Rock in particular, that I know that have had issues where parents have complained when the heater isn't turned on in their classroom and it is absolutely cold. And so I know that there might be some ways that you're going to figure out who can participate. And I hope that it's not all based on, because we tend to, just like any human being, we tend to coordinate or facilitate a relationship with those we already know. And so I hope that you can get to know some of our school districts that are really struggling, the ones that are not going to step in and make it really easy for us, but that actually whose community really needs it. And so I hope that you can consider that for the future. And, I can talk offline. Lori, were you going to say something about that? I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So that is really it for that particular one. I want us to caution about the use of charters simply because they're easier to interact with. don't think that we should establish who gets to participate based on who's ready and who's willing and who's, well, who's willing, yes, but whose resources allows them to participate, right? And a lot of our school districts are so busy just trying to, cover holes that they may not be the first ones in line. I wanted to say the same thing about businesses, about the 100 businesses that you're going to target, and that these businesses, that there be a certain percentage of these businesses that are micro businesses or that have a certain income level. Zach, you're shaking your head.
Yes.
You want to tell me more about that?
No, I mean, yes. I mean, I'll let you finish your question, but
No, I think you got the idea. It's the same concept with the school districts, micro businesses and small businesses. They usually don't have the resources. They don't have a front desk person. There's one owner, manager, he or she does everything. And so they're not going to be necessarily first in line either. And so I hope that we can recognize that as well, so that they can get the benefit of this as the same as in school districts.
Absolutely.
Or schools. And that really is it. I know that connecting with our hardest to reach populations, whether they're in schools or they're our own residents or they are businesses, it takes a little bit more resources. I absolutely recognize that, and I hope that you can be very cognizant of that, so that way we can make sure that these folks or these entities move forward and benefit from the very limited resources that we can leverage. And I say very limited, not because these are small, but because I know our own revenues are limited in terms of developing programs. I know if you had the revenue, you would be bringing us just a myriad of programming for every household in San Jose. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for continuing to think of our residents and our businesses and making sure that we use clean energy and that we are reducing emissions all around. So I really appreciate that. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I want to thank you for the presentation and I'm always excited by projects that bring in resources to help us upgrade energy, making things more energy efficient and upgrade appliances and reduce our carbon emissions in any way possible. I want to follow up on a couple of kind of comments, questions from Councilmembers Arenas and Foley. How are we going to promote or let, for example, businesses, school districts, and organizations know that this is available? What's the promotion going to look like?
Yeah, so we went into that a bit in the memo, but largely relying, for the commercial, working through business districts, working with our Office of Economic Development, and frankly, relying on contractors and the implementer that we will enlist to do, and again, leveraging the usage data that we have over the last several years, who are good candidates and would see, a big financial return from doing so. So that will sort of help us target and again, with adding an equity lens to that work, I think that'll be the main push for the commercial. And on the residential side, similar, but again, relying more on the neighborhood groups and community-based organizations to help get word of mouth and a little enthusiasm and excitement about the opportunity.
And I know we're talking about a small number of schools per year, so it's important that we, get that message out to districts about this availability. And I know several have mentioned that schools have already done some of these upgrades, but what really happens is districts upgrade school by school based on the age of the school and the age of their HVAC equipment. And so many schools may have gotten their oldest round of schools done, but have a next round of schools coming up for upgrades. And I know, we just implemented our last bond, and even though there's money presumably in there for HVAC, there's always twice as many or 3 times as many needs as there is dollars in any school bond measure. And so any external funding to help with some of those upgrades frees up money for other things. And that's why school districts go out and apply for Prop 39 funding to supplement their bond money. So that's it's still going to be important for many districts that haven't upgraded some of their schools in a while. And as Councilmember Arenas pointed out, there's some districts that haven't even gotten around to doing their really needed upgrades. We know the story in Allen Rock, and I would hope that my colleagues on the council would reach out to their local school districts and let them know this is available, because I'm sure every district has at least one school that's coming up with this need and could use this upgrade. And several districts haven't had the benefit of having voters who support them with enough bonds to have even done it. So there are many schools, and if it's only 3 or 4 schools a year, I'm sure we'll easily find those schools to get those upgrades done.
Yes, and your comment reminded me that I missed on the most obvious outreach that we will do is leveraging, working carefully with you to reach out with your constituents and partner to get the word out.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate all the discussion to be helping our school districts be able to reduce their costs and get greener. Zach, I had a question about the program area descriptions. We actually have, of the 6 areas, 2 seem to be very closely related, namely the distributed energy resources and resiliency. Is there a reason why we wouldn't incorporate those 2? And I personally think that could be maybe one of the most valuable things, if not the most valuable thing we can invest in, given all the challenges with our grid right now and our efforts to go green. And is there a reason why those are separate?
Not necessarily. I mean, and you make a good point that there's there's a tremendous amount of overlap there. I think some of the resiliency, yeah, that's a good one for us to think about, to sort of simplify in our branding and in our thinking. Yeah, we'll give that a little more thought. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for considering it. And really appreciate the program area proposals. It all makes a lot of sense to me. And I'm grateful now we're at a moment where I kind of feel like we're all grown up now. We're actually able to do programs that will reduce costs for our low-income residents and help them get greener as well. And that's a great thing. Could you just, I think I may have missed it in the presentation. Could just tell me how chained are we to the exact ratio of homes to businesses to school districts? Do we have some flexibility there if we want to say help residents more?
Yeah, the short answer is we have a little bit of flexibility. So as I was trying to answer, I believe it was Councilmember Arenas' question that altogether the portfolio needs to average just above 1, well, over 1 for this ERC, and that as a program concept, they call it, the residential is a 0.21 approximately. And
just
so,
by formula, they just assume across the board.
Well, and yeah. That's right. And it doesn't matter if you're swapping out the least efficient dishwasher, for example, that there ever was, and replacing it with this high. They have a standard what a swap of a dishwasher is worth and how many times person X runs the dishwasher per year. Doesn't matter if you do that more or less, it goes in there as that. So, and the energy savings, I mean, it's sort of a blessing and a curse because a lot of code, residential code, has moved up. The sort of baseline energy efficiency is already a lot higher than it used to be. And so you only get credit in the formula for that between the code and the most efficient thing that you're installing. So the residential measures are an anchor, if you will, to the rest of the thing. So there's a little leeway, but the more of that we do, the greater the risk. Either we need to do more of the other thing, or we need to we just get closer to that that failing line.
Okay, I appreciate you've got an optimization problem to solve here, and so I won't mess with it because I'm sure you figured it out better than I ever will. It just sounds as though there's a significant bias against us doing, energy retrofits in residential communities, and that just troubles me. That's the structure that the state set up, and look forward to talking maybe offline about how we can maybe advocate to change that. I just know there's a lot of low-income families that could really benefit if we're able to get there.
Yes. Yeah, I look forward to that. And also we've worked hard and will continue to do so with existing program administrators such as Bayren. And so we've agreed to go in the door. And when people say, oh, but I'm multifamily, like, oh, great, here's Bayren. And so, and vice versa. So to try very much to make it a pretty seamless experience for them, and to not just say no, but to give them something else that's available, which would have similar economics.
Right. Well, thanks, Zach. All right, any other questions? All right, we have a motion, right?
Yes.
We do, let's vote.
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye. All right, we're sprinting the finish line. Item 10.2 is amendment to Title 13, Sidewalks, Streets, and Public Spaces, and Title 20, and there is a presentation.
Yes, thank you,
Welcome,
Mayor.
Rosalind.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, members of the public. Rosalind Huey, Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. And I'm joined this afternoon by Robert Manford, Deputy Director, as well as Renee Ortega from the City Attorney's Office. So this item are amendments to Title 13 and Title 20 of the city's Muni Code. And it is for concurrent review, which allows certain types of permits and environmental findings for the same project site to be reviewed and acted upon by the highest decision-making body in one act. So the proposed amendments would add historic preservation permits and amendments to the list, that's the current list of development permits that are currently eligible for concurrent review. The amendments would also allow the highest decision-making body to make a unified decision on all of the environmental and development clearances for the project. So this slide shows the current list of permit types and project components that are eligible for concurrent review. They include determination of public convenience for off-sale of alcohol, tree removal permits, major encroachment permits, development agreements, subdivisions, and street easements and vacations. And again, the purpose of the amendments is to add historic preservation permits and historic preservation permit amendments to this list of eligible concurrent review. So I did want to take the opportunity to kind of hone in on the fact that we are really solving for a specific segment of development projects. And so currently, projects that require an environmental impact report or EIR and have significant and unavoidable impacts require city council action. So if these projects have an associated historic preservation permit or amendment, the project goes to planning director's hearing after the city council has taken action on the project, including certifying the EIR. So the proposed amendments will eliminate this extra step of going to planning director's hearing after the city council has already certified the EIR and approved all of the project entitlements. So the proposed amendments will simplify the process and provide much needed efficiency. So we wanted to provide an example for the city council so that everybody understands how this would work and how it currently works. So this example is for the Gateway Tower project that was approved a couple of years ago. This is a project on South First Street. So this particular project had multiple components to it. So it included a site development permit, a tentative map, a variance, as well as a historic preservation permit. And ordinarily, if the project didn't include an EIR, this project would have gone to the planning director's hearing for approval. However, the project required an EIR and with a significant and unavoidable impact, and therefore it was required to go to Planning Commission for the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the City Council. So for this project, the City Council certified the EIR and the remainder of the project entitlement improvements. So that includes the site development permit, the tentative map, and the variance. But however, because of this current process, the historic preservation permit had to go to director's hearing after City Council had already adopted the EIR and approved all of the entitlements. So we received many questions about how the proposed amendments would change or impact project review by the Historic Landmarks Commission. And we want to emphasize that there are no changes, that the Historic Landmarks Commission would maintain its authority to make recommendations on historic preservation permits and amendments, landmarks, districts, design review, and all of the environmental documents as they currently do. So staff took the proposed amendments to both the Planning Commission and the Historic Landmarks Commission. Both of the commissions recommended that the City Council approve the ordinance amendments. And that concludes staff presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rosalind. All right, let's go to members of the public for comment. Mr. Soto?
Yeah, Paul Soto here. I honestly don't consider any decision that is made by that planning commission over the past few years legitimate. I don't care if they're legal. Slavery is still legal in this country. So just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do, nor the correct thing to do, nor the moral or ethical thing to do. And I think that the implementation of our laws is predicated upon the moral and ethical framework and values of the populace that has these laws in place to begin with. Now, with that said, 4 members of that planning commission that have legitimized all of this work that we're doing now and all this conversation that's going on, 4 members are from District 6, the most redlined area in this city, the most restrictive covenant area in this city. We need to talk about this, man. I mean, to continue to just like ignore it and, oh, well, we got you. Now what? What are you going to do? You can't do nothing. Oliverio and all of his little henchmen in the planning commission are exercising authority over a population that is already, haven't the Chicanos suffered enough, man? We got dogged out by the governor, we got dogged out by the county, and we got dogged out by the council because you guys did not protect us. You did not protect the Chicano community on that side. We got dogged out for those vaccines. And now we're going to get dogged out here because there is no protections against us because you do not have on the agenda anything having to do with these red line policies and the deck getting stacked within the context of that planning commission. This needs to be addressed. There is no legitimacy to these laws that you're using to pass these planning commission proposals.
Okay, returning to the council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. There is only 1 member of the Planning Commission from District 6 currently, former council member Pierluigi Oliverio. With that, I move the staff recommendation on 10.2. Thank you.
Second.
All right, any comments? Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Corrales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, for the final act of the day, item 10.3 is a rezoning CUP investing tentative map on a site at 3896 Stevens Creek Boulevard. Hello again, Rosalind.
Hello, Mayor. Just a moment. Okay, staff is very excited to present this commercial project to the City Council. The project site is located at the southeast corner of Stevens Creek Boulevard and Saratoga Avenue. The site is just shy of 5 acres in size, and there are actually 4 different project components for the project that Council will be considering this afternoon. First is a conforming rezoning from the commercial general zoning district to the commercial neighborhood zoning district. A vesting tentative map to re-subdivide 5 parcels into 2 parcels, a site development permit, and then finally a conditional use permit for late night use. So the project is located in the Stevens Creek Boulevard Urban Village Plan, and we are very excited that this Urban Village Plan is moving forward with implementation. This project actually embodies many of the goals and strategies of the Urban Village Plan. The project consists of 2 different buildings. The first building is a 791,000 square foot mixed use office building. It's 12 stories, 147 feet tall. It also includes ground floor retail space. And the second building is a 10,500 square foot retail space. Yes, a 10,500 square foot ground floor retail space. The second building is a separate health club. Lifetime Fitness Center would be occupying that space. This is a 3-story building, 84 feet tall. And this project also includes several amenities. So it has a ground floor cafe. It has a rooftop pool and bistro. Also, we're very excited about the publicly accessible plaza at the corner of the project site. And the project also includes a shared parking concept. So 1,200 spaces are going to be provided on site. And this includes a 39% parking reduction with transportation demand management measures. So in terms of the environmental review aspect of the project, a draft EIR was prepared and circulated for public comment. A mitigation monitoring and reporting program is required for air quality, biological resources, hazardous materials, noise and vibration, as well as transportation. In terms of community outreach, a joint community and environmental scoping meeting was held for the project in January of last year. Some of the key issues that residents raised were concerns about the building heights, new traffic to the area, the availability of parking, and noise associated with construction. We do want to acknowledge that yesterday staff received a comment letter from the city of Santa Clara. And we just want to emphasize that staff has met with Santa Clara staff and representatives over the course of the project review. And that we have carefully considered the comments from Santa Clara, and we've concluded that they do not change the analysis of the EIR. As the proposed TDM is consistent and conforms to the city's municipal code, general plan, and urban village policies. The Planning Commission heard the project at its meeting on February 10th and voted to recommend that the City Council approve the project. And with that, Mayor, I understand that we have representatives of the applicant team who are on the call to also make a presentation.
Wonderful. Who'll be speaking with the applicant?
We have representatives from Cypress Equities. I believe that is Mr. Schmidt. And also,
Okay. I'd ask if Tony could let them in, or Henry.
I'm looking for them now, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Henry.
also Coleman Glass is
I'm
another
seeing
representative.
Rosalind. I'll allow him to speak now.
Thank you.
He's rejoining this webinar now as a panelist, so it's just going to take 1 second.
Mr. Glass, are you there with us?
Yes, we are here. I'm here with Stephen Schmidt.
Great.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Rosalind, thank you for the introduction and thanks for the time tonight. Once again, I'm Stephen Schmidt, Managing Director with Cypress Equities, co-developing our project along with our partners, Lifetime. Here with me today is Aaron Jensen, the lead architect with HKS, overseeing the design of the office building and open space, as well as Eric Pagic with Lifetime, leading the design of the Lifetime Club. Again, it's a privilege to be part of this project in San Jose. The project is going to bring a major public improvement to the neighborhood at the prominent intersection of Stevens Creek Boulevard and Saratoga Avenue. Key features include a new half-acre landscape plaza and park space, generous sidewalks, paving and landscaping, and ground-level retail and restaurant space. Sustainable, low-intensity design features will include on-site stormwater management and bioretention. Our project site is what the city planners refer to the heart of the village within the Stevens Creek Urban Village Plan. Plan goals are based on growing employment and jobs in West San Jose, while also adding new housing units to attract new companies, businesses, and residents. The plan also emphasizes a transit and pedestrian-based plan. The project proposal conforms to the height and density in this approved urban village plan. Today, our project site consists predominantly of asphalt parking lots surrounded by strip shopping malls and car dealerships. The project will replace asphalt landscape and conceal 100% of the parking within the new garage. Our design team has followed the urban village plan guidelines and standards of locating the program and massing on a 5-acre site. The larger office building massing is located on the north side of the site along Stevens Creek Boulevard, while the smaller health club massing is located to the southwest side along Saratoga Avenue. Both buildings face a prominent corner plaza and garden space that will become a landmark feature, outdoor public open space in the heart of the village. As you can see from the north and west elevations, the massing of the buildings step back from the corner intersection to allow the plaza and park features to stand out. The building architecture features design elements such as clearly defined base, middle, and top, recessed balconies and windows, as well as rooftop shade trellises that add a human scale. Here you can see how the parking garage is screened from view on all 4 sides and also tucked beneath and behind the office massing. The base of the office building will feature new neighborhood retail, cafe, and dining opportunities that front a new 30-foot wide landscape sidewalk. The new pedestrian and retail experience will replace an existing 10-foot wide concrete sidewalk strip. Here you can also see the wide range of texture materials that are used to clad the office building, including high-performance glass facades, decorative metal, and translucent glass and metal panels. Generous 18-foot high retail and restaurant spaces welcome guests, tenants, and residents from the surrounding communities. This active ground level is a key feature of the urban village plan and will eventually extend the length of Stevens Creek Boulevard to further enhance pedestrian experience. The half-acre landscape plaza at the corner of Stevens Creek and Saratoga is a major neighborhood amenity that will support a wide range of activities. These activities include shaded outdoor meeting spaces, outdoor dining, as well as informal activity lawn. The plaza and garden will feature native trees and plants that complement the local climate and ecosystem. These are just a few key design elements and public amenities that will make up the open space and landscape. Before we conclude, I want to just point out a few features of the Lifetime Health Club. The Lifetime facility is much more than a club, but rather a destination resort focused on health, fitness, and wellness. The club will welcome members from the community of all ages and backgrounds, serving both the local community as well as the larger region. Lifetime will offer traditional health and fitness activities, including group fitness classes and personal training, as well as family and children's activities. The Lifetime Cafe and Spa, located on the ground floor within the Lifetime Club, will be open to the general public. To conclude, our goal is simple: to become a destination for tenants, visitors, and guests alike for what will truly become a vibrant 21st century urban center in West San Jose. With that, I'll open up for any questions or comments.
Thank you. We'll go to the public. I want to thank Mr. Glass, Mr. Schmidt for your investment in our city. We'll hear public comment now on this last item, 10.3. Mr. Soto?
No, Mayor, but thank you for acknowledging. I forgot to put down my hand. I don't have anything.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we'll come back to council. I want to congratulate Vice Mayor Jones on this fabulous project. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the developer, Cypress Equities, as well as Stephen Schmidt for all their hard work, and as well as staff. But I also want to thank the community that was engaged in the Urban Village project and process over a lot of time and years. And this project really is a result of all that hard work. And we're really excited about it being in the heart of that village. So I want to make a motion to move my memo to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right, any other comment? I think the project looks great and thrilled to see it on Stevens Creek. Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rosalind and Robert and Jay and everyone who worked on this project. All right, we'll go now to public comment. It's open forum. Anyone can speak on any item that's not agendized. Mr. Soto?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like, in honor of International Women's Day, I'd like to talk about the Señoras de Conexión. Rose Amador, Lori Chavez, and Quasihua have nurtured me in 2016 was the first time that they had saw something in me and said, "Hey, Paul, can you talk about what Conexión has done for you at this public reentry meeting?" So yeah, sure, I wasn't doing nothing, and then they told me they would buy me something to eat afterwards. So I mean, it was a good incentive. And so I went to the meeting, and I went ahead and I spoke about what Conexión has done for me, and they everything that I am today is because those women, they would love me, they would encourage me, and sometimes they would scold me and yell at me, and because they wanted me to live up to my fullest potential as a man and as a Chicano, because they saw something in me. And I volunteer there, and I want to amend my application for the human resources. I may have made a mistake on there. I don't work for them. I only volunteer. I go there and I give them all of my time, but I don't receive any money for it. So I may have made a mistake on there. I'm not an employee. I just volunteer. And so with respect with what they do, this is the longest functioning nonprofit in this county. For 44 years, they've done and stood up and handled all of the jungle. Everything that the jungle had to offer, Those señoras, they handled their business and they did it with dignity, they did it with pride, and they still continue to do it in our community. And so I just want to dedicate my public comment time to those señoras de Conexión.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Conexión sounds like an interesting group. I wanted to offer that, with the mass exodus to Texas going on with technology people at this time, a reminder that the term Silicon Valley could possibly mean in the future ideas of human rights and civil rights and good protections, civil protections with the future of technology. I mean, wouldn't that be an interesting, innovative way to describe the future of Silicon Valley? So with that all said, I thank you for the Charter Commission meeting last night that I felt, you really made honest attempts to offer the ideas of the history of the charter review process that you go through about every 15, 20 years. And, it's a really important process, and it really reestablishes how much we love ourselves as a community effort and the representative ideas of the community being represented, and that's important concepts to work with, for our future. And we can possibly add some ideas of strong mayor things, but the core and the key has to be the ideas of community and council. And I just hope that that can be the way, and it was offered that last night. And thank you that it's taking on that narrative. It's really nice. Thank you. With 25 seconds to conclude, oh man, I've got so many issues to talk about. There needs to be ideas of interpretation issues. Why not get the city government excited about the process and invite them to the interpretation process, and you can save money that way. There would be some overtime fees, but maybe not $200. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Ms. Umez Ernini?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ihoma Umez Ernini. I live in District 6 and serve as the Director of Compassion and Justice Ministries at the River Church Community in San Jose. I'm also part of the Pact Beloved community team and a proud Nigerian Trinidadian American. I wanted to make some comments on the selection of a new police chief. First, I want to thank the City Manager's Office and City Council in pursuing a reimagined public safety and seeking community engagement and involvement in the selection of a new police chief. I was able to listen to the public forum and hear from my community of the most important qualities in a new police chief. Just for context, on May 31st, I led my congregation and other faith congregations in a peaceful solidarity march around City Hall. The march, which was entirely streamed to Facebook Live for transparency, was abruptly ended by SJPD firing projectiles at demonstrators. And I speak from the firsthand experience of watching members of my faith congregation flee for their cars with their young children and toddlers, personally escorting some of the elderly who came to the peaceful demonstration, escorting them home. And yet the police firing was not mentioned in the SJPD after action report. I'm friends and colleagues of people who were fired on and now cannot have children as a result. There's the Facebook scandals and Twitter post scandals. And I mention this just to say that the damage between public trust and SJPD is severe and extensive. Larry Soroto is the only candidate of the 4 finalists that's outside of SJPD leadership structure. And my exposure is that from the forum is that he offers inspiring and engaging vision of a reimagined public safety. I want to join with my community's voice to urge the council and particularly the city manager to move forward with a candidate that is outside of current SJPD to build public trust and police cooperative reimagined public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Harriet Wolf?
I'm a resident of District 6, and I'm also a member of PAC's Beloved Community group of volunteers. And I am also stating my opinion that we need a new police chief in San Jose that the whole community can support and trust. And for that reason, I'm promoting the candidate Larry Sirotto to be the new police chief. And I would appreciate if the city manager considers the need to develop trust and innovation in terms of our future of public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges.
Good evening, and I agree with the previous speakers that Larry Sirotto is the best of the police candidates. We don't need to have more of the same. There are just too many systemic problems with the current police department. And I'm also associated with PACT, although I'm not speaking on behalf of them. And so I'm very aware of our previous work in those areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. The meeting's adjourned.